Good morning. Welcome to Committee of the Whole. We will start off with roll call. District 1.
Right.
District 2.
McDonald.
District 3.
Wayne Fowler.
District 4.
Councillor McNeil is unable to attend today.
District 5.
Gregory Hemming.
District 6.
That's Councillor Morrison, I believe.
Not here today.
And I will entertain a motion to excuse Councillor Morrison from Committee of the Whole.
I will move that.
Moved by Councillor LeBlanc, seconded by Councillor Fowler. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. District 7.
Present, Timothy Abinsky.
District 8.
Just mute it.
Which is Councillor Gunn.
Yeah, thanks. Right here.
District 9.
Wendy Sheridan.
District 10, which would be myself, Martha Roberts, and District 11.
Here, Diane LeBlanc.
Thank you. Any additions to the agenda? Carolyn?
Okay. Yes, I would like to add one item under late additions, please. King's Transit Authority cleaning the buses.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. I'll have a motion to approve the agenda.
As amended, so moved.
Moved by Councillor LeBlanc, seconded by Councillor Prout. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Entertain a motion to approve the minutes of June the 9th, 2020. Moved by Councillor Fowler. Seconded by Councillor Sheridan.
And
Any errors or omissions?
right here,
Councillor LeBlanc.
if you look on page 1,
Yep.
the bottom of the page, I believe that it should read Deputy Warden Roberts. Not LeBlanc. I'm not taking that for now. I'm sure that you saw that, Deputy Warden.
Yep. Any more errors or omissions?
Oh, it's hard to read. Sorry.
Councillor Gunn?
Thank you. It's hard to read a lot of the times there in new business and that equitable service thing there. And half the sentence when they become and they're stamped unapproved across the page, it's just hard to read when they're an unapproved draft is the copy you get. It would be nice to receive a copy that was, you know, readable. Let's put it that way, right straight through. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. We will move on to presentations and welcome Chris DeEntremont, MP for West Nova.
Thanks a lot, folks. And I don't want to take up too much of your time this morning, but I thought maybe, you know, I'd have three main issues to talk about. Of course, is just to get to know everybody. Some of you I've met at a bunch of events and other things, and other of you I haven't had a chance to actually meet yet. So this is just more of an introduction. I've been able to meet with every municipal council and town council in West Nova. So you guys are my last one. So I'm pretty happy to see all of you. Just to find out maybe how things are going with COVID-19, and then maybe talk about some infrastructure issues as we figure the federal government is coming up with we'll call it a shovel-ready infrastructure program. So I just want to make sure that when I'm talking to the infrastructure minister and others, that I'm talking about priorities that are, of course, important to you. With that, it's been a tremendous few months, interesting to say the least. We've been spending a lot of time, of course, in our houses, in our basements. We've been spending a lot of time in our house, in our offices. We finally had our Annapolis Valley office open up in Kingston. So at least we're trying to get some access to the valley there now. It's open a couple days a week, just up there by the Tim Hortons in Kingston. And beyond that, the office in Yarmouth has been open almost straight time since COVID-19 did get going. So, you know, we've been taking a lot of phone calls, especially when it revolved around CERB and other programs from the government. So, and I know I've gotten a few phone calls from a few counselors as well. So I appreciate you reaching out, and my availability is always there for you, and to listen to your needs and requests. I always feel that the municipal councils are the ones that are closest to the folks, and you guys hear a lot more than I would hear in my position. So it's good to know what's going on in your communities. More recently, we did spend the last 5 days in, starting last Wednesday to Sunday. I was in Granville Ferry, staying at the Dunroman campsite. So I did have an opportunity to visit. I don't know whose districts I was in, but you know, we were up in Hampton, Delapse Cove, down over to Bridgetown. So we did have a lot of opportunity to do some exploring in your area, and try to post some pictures, of course, talking about your area as well. But with that, again, the most important thing, I would like maybe listen to you folks on what your priorities are when it comes to infrastructure, and more of the issue around shovel-ready programs that you've had are sort of on the edge of approvals, that you're maybe just waiting for a department to say go. Those kinds of things where it doesn't take much of a push, but at least a little bit of a push to get the federal government to actually pay for them. So that's my quick little presentation, but I thought it would be more of a round table kind of discussion with counselors.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from the counselors? Councillor McDonald?
Sorry, I was reaching for my mute button on my iPad, but good morning, Chris. It's great to see you here and reaching out to the municipality. That's a big deal, and you're going to be seen by a lot of people because we publish our video Zoom meetings online, and they're viewed by a lot of people. It's good to have you reach out, therefore, to all the residents of Annapolis County. As for shovel-ready projects, of course, you know we're deep into into an internet project, and the Connect to Innovate program from the federal government. We are we're getting a presentation on all that today from our CAO too, an appropriate update. We're looking at the private school. We got a lot of stuff on the go, and it's an exciting time to be part of Annapolis County, and but I'm not sure where I could put a bag of your money today, but I hope others will speak up.
No, I appreciate that.
Councillor Gunn?
Make sure I'm unmuted here. Good, Chris, and thank you for coming to visit us. You know, part of our district we sort of share here is Bear River. And you know, we've been pushing for quite a few years to get a comfort station in there. So I do thank, you know, the federal government for their increased maybe money they put into that. And it looks like it's going to be a go. But we've been fighting for that for quite a few years down there. And I do hope that you stay on board with us along with that, because, you know, there's a community down there on the Annapolis County side that doesn't have any water. And so we're trying to get that straightened out. And I thank you for that.
Okay. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
There's
Warden
Timothy.
Dubinsky.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here today, Chris. As Councillor Gunn said, it matters a great deal to us to have you in attendance. We do have a number of projects that are on the go right now. Some of them already have a measure of funding, at least from the federal government, and others don't. A couple of things that do occur to me as possibilities for immediate investment. We've been having, and one of these will come up on the agenda today. We've been having conversations in the wake of the hurricane last year, and of course, in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, about comfort stations in our communities. We have quite a number of community halls right across Annapolis County that are they're scattered in a way, because most of them were developed in the era before there were automobiles. They're scattered in a way that makes them fairly accessible to the majority of residents of Annapolis County. And it seems to make sense to invest in an infrastructure at those facilities to make them more than just community halls, to make them places that will be really effective comfort centers in the case of emergencies. And I'm wondering if the federal government has any intent, or one of you have any thoughts on potential funding for that sort of a facility, for generators, for internet equipment, for commercial grade kitchen facilities and things of that sort. Is that on your horizon right now?
Absolutely. It revolves around fire departments as a general rule, that fire departments don't have the support, especially in rural areas, like they do when you have a paid service in a city. You know, these are volunteers working really hard to provide services to their residents in their area, and there's really no funding provincially or federally for them. So in the last round of discussions that I had with the parliamentary secretary, was fire department, comfort stations, emergency kind of processes should be included in their thought. It's an easy way to help small communities in our area. So yeah, comfort stations, fire halls, definitely were in that list.
Terrific. And the other project that the other issue that I would mention, it's not a project at this point, but it certainly could become one. We have the YMCA in Cornwallis Park is a facility you're probably familiar with. It's absolutely essential to the life of that community. It's critical to the overall economic picture of the municipality, but it's a facility that has a number of struggles. And we as a municipality work to manage those on an ongoing basis. There have been some failures with the HVAC systems and some failures with the pools. The fact of the matter is, what we could really use is a significant investment into the facility that would allow us to address a number of ongoing needs that we're sort of dealing with in a piecemeal fashion as they arise. It would be very nice to be able to take a much more strategic approach to that and do a comprehensive overhaul of the facility. Is that something that perhaps you might be able to assist us with?
Well, we're running in the same problem. We're here in Yarmouth, actually, where Yarmouth YMCA has decided to close up. So we're sort of running into the same kind of issue. So there should be a more concerted effort from the two levels of government, at least the provincial government and the federal government, when it comes to recreation facilities. I don't know which one should lead it, whether it should be the province or the feds, but there should be some kind of program there. So again, as we're trying to design that infrastructure program, that we're trying to get as much information into the ministers as possible, I'm hoping that they will look at those. How much money,
Thank you very much. And again,
with the Y in Cornwallis Park, though, what kind of upgrades does that one require? Because I know it's been a while since I've been in there. My boys were both swimmers, so we did swim there a bunch of times.
We've had a series of failures. Oh, actually, maybe Steve McInnes would be the ideal person to address this. Stephen, would you? Our Director of Public Works.
Good morning, Mr. Dutremont. Probably the major item is the structure of the pool, and which is overall affecting the structure of the building. I think we have some significant leaks in the pool that make it it is impossible to keep the chemical balance in it. So we're undertaking some ground penetrating radar investigations starting on the 20th, which should tell us exactly, not exactly, but give us a good idea how what the structure of the pool is. We also anticipate that, as the warden has said, some HVAC issues are quite outdated, hard to get parts for. In terms of a budget, it could be anywhere from $500,000 and up. if we're talking about structural deficiencies within the pool and the building, and some significant HVAC upgrades.
Okay, good. Just at least it gives me a ballpark to talk to people about.
Councillor Gunn.
Thank you. Very well. Thank you. Marty, yes, they started to broach on that subject with internet. And, if the governments are going to continually, close down, the schools and one thing, a lot more people are going to be educating and working from home.
Yeah,
so
sure.
what we need, although we're going into, an internet right through the most of the county, is the government looking at giving more money through CTI to get all rural communities connected? Because it's going to be very important. And when we have provinces and the feds shutting down, sending people home, they need to be connected in today's world. And we would really like to know that money will be forthcoming from the government in the next, years. We need to get people connected nowadays. Anyway, that's all I got to say.
Yeah, no, I mean, ultimately in that one, we've all heard it over the last number of months, people not being able to access internet. And even those that can access internet, the speeds are, of a sort that they can't actually do the work that they need to be doing. So, I'm hoping to see something. We haven't seen it yet. I know we've been pushing really hard on, especially when I know it's sort of, people talk about 5G and this bigger build out across Canada. But I think we need to sort of take one step back. Let's get 4G or whatever it is into some of our rural communities that done. I had visited the ban in Bear River just the other day, and I tell you, trying to even use the phone in there is pretty tough. So we have some challenges when it comes to connectivity. Let's not call it internet. Let's just call it connectivity in many of our rural spots in Nova Scotia. And like I said, I was just in Hampton and Delap's Cove and all those places, and there's not a whole lot of service in those areas either. So it would be nice to find a program. The provinces has money to match. A lot of the municipalities have money to match. It just needs that Connect for Canadians or whatever that program is called to actually have some funding in it and actually roll it out to those communities. So yeah, no, internet's definitely on our radar.
And just to follow up to that, if I may, or Deputy, how of an experiment is this? Really, when we look at this, how far is this going to go with governments? Because there's at some point or maybe you don't feel it. I know this is an emergency, state of emergency that was declared, but at some point, do you think the constitutional lawyers will be looking at this quickly to see how far we have gone?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of debate around how far government should go when it comes to, I guess, locking down their communities. I mean, the federal government didn't put in its emergency act, so their restrictiveness is moderated. Might as well put it that way. The provinces themselves, because of the federation that we belong to, are able to enact their own public health acts and sort of work accordingly. I don't know. I think we've done well, but I'm really challenged on understanding how the startup or the restart of our economy. I mean, we haven't slowed down a whole lot in many of our areas. I mean, the Annapolis Valley with agriculture hasn't slowed down. The fishing industry hasn't slowed down. We've had some challenges in forestry, but that's not really built around COVID-19. But the restriction of movement is going to be, I think, going to be a challenge. I mean, we're seeing how the Atlantic bubble is working. What are the challenges in and around that? And then the bigger issue of whether or not we're opening up the border between here and the U.S. Anytime soon. So that's going to be an interesting next couple of days. But there are some constitutional issues when it comes to it, and I wouldn't doubt that some provinces might be bringing it forward, but I'm not too sure at this point.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Oh, thank you. Salut Chris, ça va bien?
Bonjour Diane.
Bonjour. what I'm looking at is the same as everybody else, and everything has been mentioned, and there's some that we're forgetting. However, the one thing that I need to emphasize is the fact that not only do the community centers need to have generators for the halls, because, you know, in state of emergency or in storms or in whatever, you know, our county needs generators, and the generators that we do need are even more extravagant than the ones that the halls need. At least if you could get a comfort center in each district, it would be half the battle. But because each community, as you know, they do all these and so on, but it takes forever for them to raise X amount of dollars, like no different than the county does to try to find a generator that costs an exorbitant amount of money for each unit. And so I just wanted to throw that in there, that maybe if the feds and the province together just equipped one hall in each district, that would at least help out for any state or any storm, any whatever that could occur as a beginning. And then we could move from there, and equip even each county with the generators that they do need to provide the water to, in case there's problems with the water and the delivery of that's Steve's department. He could talk about all that. And the other thing that I was thinking is the fact that the internet is so important, as we have seen. And if we don't help out everyone, I mean, it's all the students need to be at par, but we also have to have the teachers be at par so that they can do the lessons on the computer without all sorts of different obstructions. As you know, you would be one that would know that, because if there's anything that, then, you know, there's only certain parts of your classroom, and then you get cut off or this or that or whatever. So I guess for looking to the future, those are two major things that need to be looked after as quickly as possible, because it doesn't look as if it's going to be something that we're going to get out of really fast. And we're not going to be able to say we're never going to have a storm that will not cause this or that or something else. But at least if we're ready, right now we're just semi-ready. Semi-ready is not really the greatest thing we can work with when you're dealing with so many people. You have to be, other than the fire departments, and I agree, they have to be ready too. They have to have the stations, they have to have whatever. However, you need more than one specific or two or three in a big county like this. It doesn't work, as you know, being from Yarmouth, right? I mean, you know, I'm sure you can count the community halls like here. So if one of them was ready in each district, plus the fire departments, it would be a great help and a relief, I guess, on everybody else's mind as well, right? As a beginning and a stepping point. Thank you for being with us. We'll talk soon.
No, merci à vous. You know, and the reason I say fire departments is a lot of them are the community halls in a lot of our districts. So that's why I say that. But in some cases they aren't. So we still need to be conscious that other community halls could be available for that kind of service. So
exactly. Thank you.
Okay. Merci.
Merci. Steve McGinnis.
Thanks, Deputy Warden. On, I guess, more specific, as you mentioned at the top of your discussion, were shovel-ready projects. And council's had a discussion about the upgrade of Queen Street in Bridgetown, and we're undertaking the design right now. Actually, we're anticipating the first phase of the design, the draft design, next week. But that's water, sewer, road, and sidewalk is the anticipated scope of work. And because we're just in this phase of the design, but I anticipate the budget would be between 800,000 and 1.2 million to upgrade that portion of Queen Street. We have significant infrastructure issues there. Some of the infrastructure there is well over 100 years old. And we have combined sewer and stormwater, which overloads and taxes our wastewater system as we pump and treat stormwater. The other aspects a couple of the councillors have touched on was the centralized gen sets that we need for power to our utilities. They're about $75,000 each. We were very fortunate, although we had some areas of the county without power for 6 days. Our major area in Cotw, which has about 12 lift stations, actually maintained their power. But if we have we will have another significant storm event. If we have to maintain all 22 lift stations, it's important that we get another mobile gen set, and it's important that we have another major gen set for our EOC, which is our administration building. Has to be because the current one couldn't keep up with the demands of running an EOC and running our internet and running the staff all at the same time. The other not so ready, but can be ready very quickly is again the utility upgrade in Bridgetown on the west side of town. That's one of the major taxings that happened to the town of Bridgetown, was trying to keep up with those infrastructure programs, and they simply couldn't. So those upgrades to Granville Street in Bridgetown, specifically on the west side, could range from anywhere from $2 million to $4 million. Again, roads, sidewalks, water, sewer, and stormwater, again, because of those combined situations of stormwater and wastewater coming with the same pipe and treating. So those are some of the projects that we've looked at the staff level and had some discussions with council.
Thanks, Steve. And probably what I'll do is, if you and I can maybe chat offline at some point, or I can get Joellen to give you a jingle, just to get a little more of a real accounting on it rather than just my quick notes. Okay.
Is there any more questions? Councillor McDonald.
I think Councillor Sheridan was first, but what
I don't have her on my screen. Sorry.
Oh, that's why you keep missing me.
Yeah.
I'll go after Councillor Sheridan. She had her hand up.
That's
Okay.
Thank you, Chris, for being here with us this morning. In regards to the comfort centers, back to those, is there any funding available now that the fire departments or community calls could apply for that we are not aware of, or anything
No,
like that?
no. We run into a few times. I've had a few organizations come and talk to us, and there's really nothing there. So that's why I'm trying really hard to see if I can get them to acknowledge it in their next program. So no, there's no program that we're aware of at this point.
And the challenges that COVID is going to propose with us with the hurricane season, if we do have a power outage, what kind of, are we looking at the province to guide us through the COVID and a power outage, or how do we do that? Like, what is the protocol, I guess?
Well, I think everything revolves around emergency management. So we'd be working with the province Department of Municipal Affairs and, of course, their EMO center. And then it sort of works out from there. So as the disaster, if you want to call it disaster, gets bigger, then the federal government does play a role in it. But, from an infrastructure standpoint, this is the kind of stuff that I do want to present to them as we go along. But yeah.
Because I've had a few residents contact me, and they're having meetings with different people, and they're trying to find out the guidelines. How do they open, if they have to open? How many people are allowed in? Things like that. Are they allowed to serve food because of COVID, and the cleanliness of the building, and so on and so forth. So I guess there's a lot of questions out there yet, and they haven't got them resolved. So it's still in the works. So they need some guidance to get them through it.
So these would be mostly sort of volunteer organizations, halls,
Yes.
those kinds of things? Okay.
Yes.
Because I haven't seen, we've seen a lot on business and restaurants and those kinds of things, but it's true. There has been a lot on larger organizations, Lions halls, those kinds of things. Okay.
Absolutely.
It is provincial stuff, but I can still poke around there too.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Councillor McDonald.
So the warden started this. I got to thank him when he mentioned comfort stations. Chris, food, water, shelter is what we need, right? And family, and for the last 11 months, we've been beat up pretty good with hurricanes and COVID and people running around shooting people, and it's been tough. And I think you know that. What we need is help for us to help ourselves. Okay? When it hits the fan, your neighbors and people in your villages and communities help each other, right? But if we have a place where we can go for communication, like how long will this last? Where can I get drinking water? The community halls, the fire halls are super important to rural, no, rest of rural Canada. That's where we need a hand. It would be nice to have a big brand new bridge somewhere, but getting help so that we can help ourselves when it hits the fan. It's been the last 10 months have been very difficult, and that has been what we really need. We need some generator power. You're hearing that from all directions. We need to be able to connect somehow to the outside world so that when Aunt Betty goes down, we can get her on an ambulance. When the hurricane hit last year, Margarettsville Fire Department couldn't get out of Margarettsville for 3 days. No roads in or out. And therefore, the people in Port George, only 8 kilometers away, would not receive fire service, right? You couldn't get here either. It was difficult, but nobody could even communicate that. Communication and some generated electricity will go a long ways for rural Canadians to help themselves through these emergencies. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Is there Councillor Pratt?
Thank you. I just want to reiterate what's been said by most of the speakers. In a time of a real crisis, community halls have to be the key. Fire departments, of course, go along with that. But if you're out in a rural area, your closest fire department could be, well, in most cases, it's in the nearest town, not necessarily the nearest village or community. And community halls, I do think, are the key. And if you need a place that's got a generator, and not just, I'm not talking a Canadian Tire generator, but something that is going to provide services, a charging station for your electronics, a place to pick up food, a hot meal, a place to get information, as Councillor McDonald had said. To me, that's can't be stressed enough, and I'm pleased to hear you say that that's something that you're going to be pushing for in the next round that comes to the door. I think we could really use it. I think most areas would. And as Councillor LeBlanc stated, we could have something like that set up in every district. That would take us a long ways towards giving us some sufficiency in times of trouble. And it's good to see you. I thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Is there any more questions?
Yeah.
John Ferguson has a question.
Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy. Excuse me. Thank you for coming here, Mr. Dochamon. I really appreciate it. I guess it's been quite a time for everybody, I'm sure, for municipalities, provincial governments, and the Canadian government through this COVID process. And the economy has taken quite a hit. And one of the things that we noticed is that if we're able to have more resiliency locally, it's sort of helped our community going forward in this time. I'm just wondering, I'm not sure how much the MPs across the country are able to get together at this point in time. But what are the plans, the forecasted plans, and potential new programs to help initiate the economic activity again once we get through this COVID-19, if we can predict when that's going to be?
Well, the unfortunate part with any politics is that we sometimes don't know what the federal government's going to be pulling off. In a lot of cases, I think the Prime Minister, as much as he kept a steady hand on some of these things, I don't know if he knows some of the programs that he presents during his cottage tours when he does that every couple of days. So it's a bit of a surprise sometimes when a new program comes along, and then we sort of end up having to change or at least chase the details of how that program is going to work. And sometimes we found that it takes about 3 weeks from the time the Prime Minister sort of makes an announcement to actually having details on what that program is actually going to be. So it's been very difficult at this point. You know, we've been trying to provide at least a couple of ideas, especially when it comes to back to work opportunities. You know, we're hearing right now a lot of businesses that can't reopen because their folks are not coming back to work because they're still worried about the effects of COVID, which I don't blame them. But there's no real incentive within the way that the CERB is actually set up to get people back to work until it's done at the end of this month. And we don't know if it's going to be extended. We've already heard the wage subsidy has been extended, so it's probably going to be going until December now. So I know any local business that has the opportunity to apply for that wage subsidy should be doing it. I know the municipalities can't, so it does create a bit of a challenge. And anything that the municipalities or provincial governments are involved in, they can't seem to be able to access that program either. So the short answer to it, we kind of find out when you find out, and the way Parliament's been sitting, we haven't been able to actually do our normal face-to-face and drop ideas and actually have conversations with ministers. So it's actually been pretty lonely as an MP lately.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your response.
Is there any more questions?
Mr. Gunn.
Councillor Gunn. Councillor Gunn.
Yes, and thank you. And I just want to let you know that I appreciate your last comment, because in these last few months, it's very difficult the way organizations, Parliament, the legislature, councils have been operating. It's very difficult to operate in these countries because a lot of things don't get broached the way they should. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor.
I would just like to say thank you for coming in today. In my area, I have a huge area in the county. In some of my residents' communities, they don't have community halls. They have, for instance, Springfield, they have a little fire department, which runs the next closest fire department towards the valley would be Nicktaw. So I have all of Angusville, New Albany, and Springfield that is between the two fire departments, and there's no community hall. We have a little community hall in Angusville, but for a state of an emergency, I'm not quite sure how that would be managed, because the fire hall in Springfield in the winter could not put their fire trucks outside because the water would freeze. And the other situation is the internet and communication. They don't have great internet out there, if any at all. And the situation we're in now, the children are finding it very difficult to get their homework done, to be educated. And there's a lot of concern with the residents out there that they're missing out. And I feel it's very important for all levels of government to make sure that there is connectivity all through the valley, whether it's in the North Mountain or the South Mountain. And everybody's equal here, and it's very important that we get internet to these residents that do not have it. It boosts the economy, it makes thriving communities, and we need it everywhere.
I appreciate that, and you know what, and if I'm sort of get into a closing comment here, we need to be connected. The communication issue sort of goes across this issue of comfort stations and emergencies and being able to get the information out to our residents and our constituents. Internet's extremely important in this day and age. Connectivity whether it's 5G or 4G or whatever we're able to use in our cell phones. It's the way we do things now, and it keeps us in contact. The contact issue is important as well. You know, a lot of time to reflect on how we interact as people. You know, a FaceTime here and there or a Zoom call is actually quite nice when you've been sort of stuck in your basement for months on end. So, you know, this has been great, but not everybody can do it. So we should be able to be able to continue to push along and have a national program that actually connects rural communities. It frustrates me. I mean, I've been in MLA for a long time too, prior to this, and you know, the all-out brawls that we ended up having in communities that don't have access is amazing. You know, people really want to be treated like everyone else, and when you don't have access to your loved ones or meetings or work, it does make it tough. The second point that I do want to sort of, it rolls into this one as well, is the issue of mental health. You know, this has been a mentally trying time for our population.
Mhm.
You know, to throw the murders out in Portapique as well on top of it, just, you know, I don't know how the system is responding to the extra mental health load, but I think we as politicians, we as Canadians should continue to push our governments to make sure that mental health is included in our healthcare system. It sort of takes a back seat to many of our other issues, whether it be right now COVID-19 or whether it be cancer or diabetes or other issues. But we should continue to push mental health, because I think this is pushing a lot of people to the edge. And you know, I'm hoping that, you know, we as members of our community and leaders in our community, that we can continue to reach out to our constituents to make sure that they have the help that they have, that they need. But anyway, that was sort of my quick finish. But if you have any other questions, what I'll do is I will send a business card that it can be shared to everybody. It will have my cell phone number on it, so that everybody can, if they want to, just reach out anytime. I like taking texts, and I don't mind texting people back to ask questions or try to find solutions to problems that you have. And I know as the summer rolls around and gets into the fall, we're getting into election time. But anything that I can do to help out your communities in the meantime, you know, please do reach out to me. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
And I think I'm going to stick around to listen. I do want to stick around to listen to the internet thing, so I'll listen for a bit.
Martha, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you visiting with us today. And we will move on to Fund Aid Dental.
Hi, everyone. My name is Scott Schofield. I appreciate the invitation to speak to you this morning. I kind of want to talk about primarily the program, but I also really want to thank you for considering our application for funding too. But the context of what we're doing is probably more important for you. So just a little bit of background on myself. I was born and raised in New Minas, so I've always been a Valley boy, and I married my high school sweetheart. So, you know, the expectation was always kind of coming back to the Valley. We were fortunate enough to survive 4 years of undergrad together and 4 years of dental school together. So my wife's Dr. Elizabeth Jackson. She has a general dental practice she took over from her father in Kentville, and I was fortunate enough to be connected with a dentist in Berwick that was kind of on his way to retirement. So I took over a general practice there, and it was a unique office in the sense that we have a huge patient base of like those that, you know, access regular dental care, but there's also a significant emergency component to that practice, which not every other office in the Valley is able to accommodate based on either scheduling considerations or whatnot. So, you know, seeing the population that isn't able to consume regular dentistry kind of makes you think about what you could do for that group. And you know, this is 14 years ago when I started in practice here in Berwick. About 5 years ago, though, we built the office in Colebrook. So many of you have heard of our clinic here. Bundy Dental Center. It's a walk-in clinic based on dental emergency. So our really kind of intention is to definitively treat acute problems the day that they arise. So, you know, sometimes you can't always get into your dentist. We want to give the opportunity for patients that either have a dentist and can't get in right away, or do not have a dentist to seek emergent care the same day the problem's acute, whether that means just a prescription or start a root canal, remove a tooth. We don't have any kind of like recare program, so the intention would be the clinical notes and x-rays go to their dentist, and the follow-up care is done at that office. We do see some patients on a more recurrent basis, meaning because they don't have a general dentist in their area that they can get to see, but overall that was kind of the intention of this office. And we, without getting into too many details, we see different populations. So anyone can come in on a regular basis and pay the regular kind of fee-for-service model. But we also recognize there are a number of populations that can't access dental care. The patients that are in the most extreme circumstances usually are on income assistance. And the government does have a program for giving them some access to dental care. And so it's not a significant amount, and it's for basic dental services, but you know, there is some funding available so that they can get some treatment. Usually it's at about 70% of the Nova Scotia fee guide. In most general practices, the balance of that amount would be expected to be paid by those patients. At our clinic, we just recognize that that can be in and of itself difficult. So for example, an exam, an x-ray, and a tooth extraction is around $200. The income assistance patients would be expected to pay about $60 out of pocket. At this office, we just get them to pay a nominal fee of $5 for the exam and x-ray and $10 for an extraction. So there is an expectation that the patient pays some bit of the portion of the balance, but not the entire amount, because that in itself can be a barrier to care. So that's one of the populations we treat, but the program we developed really is to target the working poor. So the community project, as we've talked about, is really targeted at that population that, you know, either doesn't have dental insurance or is working really hard but doesn't have any disposable income. You know, we're looking at trying to, you know, get patients back, see them through a full treatment plan so that their mouth is healthy again, and then they can try and get access to a general dentist to have the regular follow-up care from there. So it is a one-off treatment program right now to kind of get people that have been in a tough situation back on their feet. The federal low income levels are basically our cutoff for patients. So it's different based on the number of dependents and the amount of income in the family. So we do have the descriptors of how we kind of arbitrarily assign who is eligible based on those kind of financial constraints. The second level of eligibility would be dental needs. So there are some people that cannot afford dental treatment, but still do a really good job maintaining a healthy mouth. So they might need a cleaning or a single filling or so. And so, you know, we've set forward criteria of specific dental need to be able to kind of be accepted in this program. So if you just need a cleaning and a single filling, you know, you might be able to kind of be better served in a general dental practice. As it's a one-off treatment basis, we would give them opportunity to apply again down the road. But you know, we're looking at trying to get the patients that need the most amount of work to get done at this time. There is a specific application that you can find on our website, and I can forward on if you're interested. So the application itself it's enough that it gives us our third level of eligibility. So we've got the financial constraints, the dental need, and then we talk about like motivation to kind of improve the patient's health. And the application requires you to write a little essay about how your current dental situation is affecting yourself, but also get a non-relative adult reference to verify that you're in a situation where you'll be able to, after getting out of our program, maintain the new state of dental health. And so that's just kind of like trying to weed out the people that come in on a walk-in basis with a single emergency. We can't qualify them into the program on the same day. They need to kind of go through this application process. And there are situations where people have, recreational habits that don't really allow them to maintain their oral health down the road. So what we're trying to do without having a perfect situation is develop an application form so that we can screen and give the limited resources we have to the most appropriate people over time. So how does this work really? I mean, to be honest, the dentistry is the same as the dentistry we do for everybody. We provide more of a scope of treatment than what is available through income assistance from the government. But essentially, if you qualify based on those 3 criteria, then you're in the program. We develop a treatment plan, as you might with any patient going to a new dental office. If there are fillings, root canals, extractions to be done, we sequence it accordingly and set aside the treatment plan based on how long it would take for an appointment. So, be similar to anyone going to a general office. If you needed a root canal, that would take an hour and a half, or a couple of fillings that would take an hour. We sequence it accordingly. The big difference here is we don't charge a fee for service. We charge a nominal amount per hour of treatment. So for patients, it's $100 per hour. That covers some overhead cost. The dentists that are all local that work in this program get compensated half of that amount, so that we try and provide a long-term sustainable program. So it's dentists, if they were just volunteering all the time, it would be harder to get them to provide as much care as we've been able to. And I'll share some of the stats with you shortly, and I think it's been in the package that you would have had to review. But essentially, we are able to do it because of the unique office we have at Fundy, where we have some scheduled appointments, but do a lot of treatment on a per needed basis. And we have dentists that are willing to come in and help out at a reduced rate than what they would make in private practice. So that's how the model's been sustainable lately. So the third component, though, is registered charity that we have, and we had to do this for kind of the one main reason. I'll explain it more in a few minutes, but when you need a lot of dental care, sometimes when you've been out of the system for a long time, we would have always try and advocate saving your teeth, but in a lot of these cases, we have to do full mouth extractions and complete dentures. Complete dentures in general practice are probably around $3,000. Of that, half the cost is laboratory fees. So, even if we subsidize the professional fee significantly, that $1,500 for the lab fee is a significant cost. So what we've created is, initially it was a not-for-profit society, but our Fundy Dental Community Association is a registered charity now. And the mandate really is to fund these laboratory fees for the patients that require like dental prostheses. So like your partial dentures, your complete dentures. Sometimes we make appliances like bite planes or mouth guards too, but that's the primary function of the charity. The secondary functions would be like helping make changes to the program description, which is our guiding force for this program. And then there are other circumstances where there could be people that may not be completely eligible based on our criteria. And if there are certain circumstances, the board of directors can review case by case. So that's the primary function of the charity, is really to kind of be a fundraising arm for this program to support the patients. It's probably worth noting that the dentists involved in the program and the clinic itself cannot, profit or benefit from any money that's fundraised. So, all of that would go towards supporting the long-term sustainability of the patient program here itself. So we've developed a few relationships. I mean, we try and reach out to local organizations. DCS, Rotary clubs, Lion clubs, church groups are a big source of like the conduit between us and patients. So they're the ones that tend to know the patients that are in need. We are kind of closely associated with Dalhousie University. So the graduate dentists that do an extra year in general practice residency come and work in the program, as well as fourth year students that are in a public health elective. And so we get a lot of support from the school. And it's been really good because we don't have to pay the students that come through the program, which allows us to reduce the cost for patients in that situation. So if it was $100 per hour with a general dentist coming in and doing the treatment, that benefit is related to the patient, so they only pay $50 per hour for one of the Dalhousie Dental students to get the work done. So it's been a win-win, and it's a program that we've been really proud of, and it's been really rewarding to work in. There's a lot more I could go on in detail for you. I think I'll give you one case example. I'll give you one case example of kind of like what those costs break down at. So like talk about like the full mouth clearance situation where we're removing. Sometimes it can be as few as 15 teeth, sometimes less, sometimes it can be as many as 28. But in general, like if an average number of tooth removals would be 15 teeth, which would cost between $1,300 and $1,500. Patients that might be able to be done in an hour and a half. And so for that amount of treatment that is normally a fee for service, patients would only pay $90. Upper and lower dentures, as I described, would be around $3,000 currently. Patients pay $200 per hour, so it's $200 for the professional fee. And again, for that amount of work, patients are then paying $550 for a treatment plan that would be around $4,500. And the big kind of difference there is that the charity is there to help support the costs and pay the fixed expense of the prosthesis. So that's why we fundraise for kind of an operational modest budget, which is really probably we budget for other things, but our fixed lab costs are around $40,000 per year. And then when it comes to like, we've been doing this program really kind of under the radar since 2016, but January 2017 is when we started kind of keeping track of this. So in our first 3 years of treatment, we've seen over 200 and it's close to 250 patients now. We've done over $600,000 worth of dentistry for those patients. The stats of what patients have paid, I don't have the closest number, but it's between $89,000 and $90,000 that they've paid to get that $600 or $600,000 worth of care. The lab costs have been in the range of $80,000 as well. So that's been supported by the charity arm. So the kind of the true write-off from our clinic is it's close to $450,000. So this Fundy Dental Center is absorbing the cost that way, basically by donating time and space and dentists' willingness to participate in the program. So we've got challenges, of course, coming up. I mean, speaking to like, even notwithstanding COVID in the situation, because dentistry in general, the workflows are changing, but the clinic we have is busy. So providing extra care for these patients is difficult. And what we're trying to do is provide a dedicated space that we can say is for this group. And so that's what we've been looking at. Our crossroads right now is, can we actually get sustainable funding to manage our modest operating budget, but can we also receive funding to make a dedicated space in our clinic for this community project? And that's where we're at right now. I probably could talk more, but I'll leave it and let you guys ask me questions, because I'm sure you have questions about how we operate, but even more on what we're looking for, I guess.
there any questions from the counselors? Councilor LeBlanc.
Well, first of all, Scott, I'd like to say thank you for doing this presentation to us and doing the breakdown. I did have an understanding, and I knew that you had this dentistry going to do assistance with all these unfortunate people who didn't have the ability to pay for or had no dental plan or et cetera. And also, if your own dentist was gone for whatever reason and you had an emergency, I was told that you were even able to take those patients. Now, so having said that, I know that you've put in a request for a grant. Actually, there were 2 requests for the grants. At this particular time, what would be the most, as you said, the most important part of it is to try to get the money. It's not into the chairs and the, the this and the that. It's basically to subsidize the cost of the dentistry part as far as the patients are concerned. Is that my understanding for their care?
Right, so like our capital campaign, which I didn't speak to specifically, is actually to provide a dedicated space for the community program. So right now, especially now since COVID's happened, we're no longer a walk-in clinic where patients can just come in and sit and wait and stuff. I mean, it's happening all over in other healthcare situations where we have to provide time. We are a lot less efficient with our time, and so patients that have the emergent dental needs, which is our primary focus, have to be spread out. So like, and this is not just Fundy Dental, this is our general practices as well. We can't be as efficient and fitting people in between patients as we would often do. The intention of our capital campaign and what we're trying to, fundraise towards is to move our operatory or make it a space in a different part of the clinic that's not developed right now. So we have already received, a dental chair and some equipment and certain things. We're not asking necessarily for renovation budget. That's going to be paid for by the building company that rents to Fundy Dental. But there are a lot of like inventory requirements associated with that. So to set up a specific space, there's a lot of cost involved. And so, that's what we're looking at doing, is evaluating if we can get enough funding from different sources, and the municipalities have been really receptive to receive our applications at this point. So.
Great, thank you.
Is there any more questions from the counselors?
Well, right here.
Councilor Gunn.
Thank you. And thank you very much, Mr. Schofield, for making this presentation. Very admirable what you guys are doing as dentists, because I know a lot of people, in my life whose dental problems are just so immense that they can't even deal with it. So they end up going through life with a mouth full of rotten teeth until they get a little age on them, and then that causes all kinds of other problems.
Yeah.
Because one thing, it's just carries to another. But I do wonder that we're treating the immediate with this action. I wonder how dentists, if you guys are actually lobbying your group, you must belong to a group of dentists. They must be an association or something. And I do wonder if they are lobbying the government to put taxes on these sugar drinks and this poor junk food diets that a lot of people get into. And, couldn't a lot of this be handled preemptively? Might take a generational thing to deal with it. But if we started lobbying taxes on the junk food industry and the sugar drink industries and get them out of eye level, at stores and supermarkets and such, I think we could probably do a lot to improve dental health over time. And that tax that could be leveled would also go to help fund the damage that's been done already, so to speak, that you run into in your business of dental surgery. Do you understand what I'm saying there?
Yeah, I do. I think it's an important question. I mean, we're a private clinic, has received no government funding. And, you know, those are important questions from our provincial and national associations. But right now, what we as kind of general dentists in local communities have to do is deal with the problems that we see them. We saw a need for this population that wasn't receiving any care. And I think you're right making the point, like, you know, when you're in a privileged situation where you can get access to dental care and take care of your teeth, it's really easy to take for granted the number of people that cannot. And a single problem can, you know, escalate into a larger problem, which escalates into a whole mouthful of problems when you can't pay for dental care. And so our immediate concern is kind of meeting the need of those patients that have those current issues.
Thank you for your work with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thanks a lot. I have a few quick things, I think. So you've applied for a grant. Now this grant money, it wouldn't go to a foundation or a charity so much, but as a capital expense, correct?
Well, yeah, so our charity is fundraising for the inventory and needs that are associated with the capital costs. So the charity would receive the money, and the charity is mandated to cover the costs of all of our expenses associated with creating a clinic space that's required. So because of the dental needs in there, there are a lot of, like, you know, fixed and sundry type expenses that are required to set up a clinic space. What the charity isn't paying for is the rent or the leasehold improvements, but those are also requirements of the capital campaign.
All right, thank you. Would this, and maybe you mentioned it, maybe I missed it, would this be in the Colebrook office or in the Berwick office?
The Colebrook office, yes.
The Colebrook office. Do you have any numbers on patients you've received? I don't know if you keep track, from the county of Annapolis?
I do have some figures here. So, you know, I talked about, we've treated in this program specifically just under 250 patients. About 45% have come from Kings County, 17% from Annapolis, so 42, and you know, 16% or 39 patients have come from Digby County. And that's probably, we haven't run the numbers on the clinic in general, but, you know, Kings County is fortunate in that we have a fairly well-populated dentist per capita population, and we're able to meet the needs of patients in the general public fairly well. But we in the Colebrook office see a lot of patients from Western Nova, whether that's, you know, all the way from, you know, Kings County down through to Yarmouth. Patients are showing up with acute dental needs because they can't get in there. So it's a different population, but I'm sure it's relevant for the similar proportions based on our community program.
Well, that's those are pretty good numbers. Before your application, I had never personally heard of this service. Would it be a good thing to advertise? Would it be? I think it would, wouldn't it? How would that take place? Because if I haven't heard, I'm sure there are quite a number of others that have not. Those that have a need for this.
Yeah, I think probably the easiest way to put it is, you know, we're doing this ourselves without a budget, without any funding, and there's not it's a program that, as we're running right now, is not sustainable based on the amount of funding we're receiving. So a lot of the work is done by, well, to be honest, myself, that, you know, run two general dental or two practices. I've got 3 children at home that are active. My wife is also working. So the limiting factor really is time and effort that we can put into this program. There are other places that, we reach out to our local Rotary clubs and community groups. I've done presentations for the past 3 years to, health auxiliaries and such. So our best effort is connecting with people that can spread the word for us, but it's still limited in our reach. So it hasn't been picked up by other kind of mainstream situations of what we're doing here. So there's a limited amount of what we can do to promote the program itself, but we're trying to connect with the people most connected with those patients in need.
Thank you.
Is there any more questions? Councillor LeBlanc.
I was wondering, are a lot of the patients that are in need, are they sent by the local doctors from each county, or
Some are, but yes, some are because they've shown up with an issue, and there's been a realization that they can't afford a treatment plan that might be delivered by their local dentist. But to be honest, most of these people wouldn't be in the realm of going to see general dentists. So we're more likely to get referrals from emergency rooms or outpatients and family physicians that are seeing patients on a regular basis for, antibiotics to, treat an abscess that can't be, treated definitively by a dentist, where they have to pay for the service, right?
thank you.
Is there any more questions? I would like to thank you very much, Mr. Schofield, for joining us today and giving us an overview of what you do and the other participants in this program. It's greatly appreciated, and I do believe it's on the agenda later in the day for discussion. Carolyn.
It is coming back to you at council.
Okay.
It'll be business arising at council next week.
Okay, so it will be on our agenda next Tuesday for a discussion. And once again, thank you for coming. And we will move on to our next item.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you guys. I just wanted to, if it's okay, I'll leave the meeting now and leave you to your good work you're doing down there.
Thank you for all
Thank you.
your work.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So we have lost the warden. He's just trying to get back in now, just so you know.
Yeah, he went to the office because he couldn't.
No.
Yeah. All right, so we will move to new business. Basin View report review. Set a date. So is this the report that they did of the facility?
That's correct, and it's a fairly well, it's a big topic, and with a lot of detail to cover, and we thought it would require at least, if not a solely dedicated meeting, one where the meeting was set by council. That it would be the primary purpose of the meeting, whether it be a workshop or a committee of the whole, an extra committee of the whole. So we're just looking for a date, and then the consultant would come in by Zoom, and he's got a PowerPoint presentation, but it will be a lengthy discussion.
So could we be provided with this report before we have our meeting? So if counselors have questions or anything, they can be up to date on what the report is.
Yeah, we can provide an executive summary. It's a very big report digitally, and we'll try and break it down into pieces so that if you want to go beyond the executive report, executive summary, and the budget estimations, it'll be in 2 separate documents. But we'll set that up on SharePoint, or I'll take advice from Carolyn on how to distribute that. then we'll get that done right away.
Perfect. Okay. So is there any suggestions on a date?
Are we doing a workshop?
Yep.
Warden has his hand up.
Okay, gotta
Better sooner.
flag my screen. Okay. Warden Abinski?
Hi there. Thanks very much. Can everyone hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and I apologize for leaving. My connection was so bad at home, I was only hearing about every other word. So I've driven into the office, and from now on, I'm just going to do this from the office. When the weather's bad, my internet connection gets terrible at home, so I'll do it from here from now on. My apologies for that.
No problem.
Would you like me to resume chairing, Deputy Warden, or would you like to continue?
Sure. No, go ahead.
All right. Okay. So a date for this, when would be ideal for you from your perspective, Steve? Oh, you're muted, sir.
All right, at council's request, we'll just set it up. If you can give me 2 possible dates to make sure the consultant can make it. And I'll try and get that actually the date confirmed before the end of the meeting. But if you can give me a couple possible dates, we'll contact the consultant and make sure they're available.
So would next week be too soon, or would next week be all right?
Next week would be fine, if you've got a date in mind.
Well, I was thinking, how about the 22nd?
I can't do the 22nd.
Doesn't work for you?
So
Deputy Warden?
So we always leave the last Tuesday of the month for workshops or meetings. Which
Yes.
would be the 28th.
I wouldn't be available on the 28th, but
And I'm not available on the 22nd,
how about the 23rd?
Thursday.
What time?
20th, let's say 23rd at 10 o'clock.
Yep.
Is that good? Let's make that tentative in that case, and if hopefully Steve, that'll work from your end as well.
Yeah, we'll get a hold of the consultant and make sure he's available, and we'll have that conversation before we adjourn the meeting.
Sheridan has a question.
Well, I was just going to ask, I thought Steve needed 2 dates and we only gave him
Yeah.
1, so.
Oh, right. Would you like a backup, Steve? Let's say back up the following
That
day.
would be helpful.
Let's say back up the following day at the same time, 24th.
Friday? Perfect.
Okay. Everyone's agreed? All right, that sounds good. Thank you very much. Next item in new business is discussion on drafting a county policy for the activation of comfort centers. Maybe John, do you want to speak to this first? So that this is top of mind for an awful lot of us. There has been a document. A number of our community halls have organizers who have met in order to discuss what a strategy for the opening of comfort centers might potentially look like, and to try to lay out a series of steps. It's the document that I shared with all of council last year, and I've shared it again, I think, with a number of councillors in the intervening months. I think it's probably a very good starting place. They've done some excellent work. They've done some good work mapping to try to figure out what the catchment areas are for the various community halls. And I think that might be a good guiding document to help us as we work our way through this. But perhaps I'll ask John to speak to this right now, if you would.
Okay, just before I get into that, just to remind council, there was a resolution where this was to be referred to the REMO committee, I believe.
Mhm.
That's,
Yes.
so through COVID, I don't know how much they've been able to meet. One of the things that I noticed in the report, meaning that we haven't, I could be mistaken, but I don't believe the REMO committee has really dived into this as of yet. Would that be a fair statement to say?
They haven't, John, I've checked,
Yeah.
and they haven't had a meeting.
I think the REMO committee, like all of our committees, that has had its meetings suspended during the course of COVID-19, which is partly why this circles back to committee of the whole right now, because that committee hasn't had a chance to dig into this at all.
Right.
So I just wanted to remind the council of that resolution that was made actually several months ago. So in the report that was submitted by Nancy Godfrey, it does identify some interesting components, and they raise some interesting issues really about weather and season. So if we, for example, had an ice storm or something of that nature, the ability for the communities to react would be different from how they reacted in the Dorian storm, because it was still basically the end of summer. And so they're more concerned about what the more harsh conditions could do related to ice storms or something else of that nature. And the importance of these comfort centers throughout Annapolis County. They actually established a map showing, if I've read the map properly, almost 21 different locations where they believe these could be access points. And then it comes down to really what they anticipate, what might be the actual dollar value to get somebody where they need to be. So a generator panel, a generator, maybe some appliances. And they, I believe they calculated, figured to be about $10,000 each. So in order to move that forward, that's a significant amount of capital. We do have programs in place right now associated with the grant program, but that's basically, it's been relatively small amounts of grants, typically no more than maybe $2,500. And they've helped with roof repairs, floor repairs, doors, windows, stuff like that over the years. And in some cases, some people, I believe, have submitted applications to have a generator panel put in or something like that over time. But it's been really not a planned rollout of developing comfort centers. So the province has also mentioned that they're going to be reviewing this. And most of our folks have been waiting to find out exactly what the province may lay out as the indicators for this that we could probably go by. But that's not been put through as of yet, again, probably because of COVID-19. And but ultimately, a natural disaster can occur at any time, and we really can't really sit on our hands and not develop some sort of plan to go forward. The issue is where does the money come from?
I would mention that the report that Nancy Godfrey and the other community hall representatives produced goes beyond the financial aspects. I think they're in a very clever way. They look at some of the human requirements to actually operate these facilities as well. So they talk about the necessity of having adequate staffing in order to actually make these centers work. And they also discuss the necessity of some sort of a basic level of training for people who would staff comfort centers during the course of a crisis. And that might be a place where the municipality could have a role to play in sort of in putting together some sort of a training module to help people get to the point where they're able to confidently and effectively carry out their responsibilities in the course of a crisis. Councillor Sheridan.
I was just going to mention some of their other concerns were updates, because when they're at the fire hall, for example, in Cotw, they're not updated on a regular basis from Nova Scotia Power. They have no idea when the power is coming back on. They're kind of just going by, the seat of their pants, flying around, trying to figure out what can they tell the residents that come in, and how long is the power going to be out, because nobody's connected to power. Like, some people don't have internet, or the older people that come in don't have access to know these things. And I think their main concern is if they could have somebody tell them, maybe through Nova Scotia Power or some kind of connection through them, then they could relay that message. It's all about communication, and this is where their starting point is. They need to know what's going on so they can communicate to these people coming in and let them know what's taking place. That is one of their main issues.
Thank you for raising that, Councillor Sheridan. I think that's really important. And I think that that's also a spot where that we may be able to do something in a fairly meaningful way. We could arrange to provide internet services from our new build to those community halls that wind up being designated as comfort centers. That could be one of the things that we could potentially contribute. Of course, the internet can always be taken down, but at least that covers off a certain measure of the sorts of episodes we're liable to encounter. Councillor Gunn?
Unmuted here. Yes, thank you. So a while ago, we talked about this and how we might be able to help community centers and different places that maybe possibly become a comfort center. And we had talked at one time that we knowing that we couldn't support everybody or give everybody a generator. The county's just not financially prepared for that, or would be for a while, like from what I see. But we did think that we might be able to help them get generator ready, because that's a simple little amount of money, just, you know, because it's just an electrician coming in to put an extra little panel that they can plug a generator in. That's not a big expense. Every community has generators. My God, I got one, my neighbors got one, my brother, you know, everybody's got lots of generators around, but the halls aren't generator ready. And actually, John, you had mentioned this before, that perhaps we could make a grant available at some point to help halls get ready with that much of it anyway. And that's a big part of it, you know, to be able to run the stoves, to be able to, you know, have a place to make coffee and the rest of it. And as I say, most communities have many generators, but the halls aren't generator ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sheridan?
Yeah, some of the volunteers have already met with Steve McNeil in that regard, and they are going to be working with him to see if there is funding available through the province for the generators and such. And that was what the meeting with Remo and some of the volunteers was going to be about, and then go back to the province with what their needs were. And then they were going to establish another meeting with the whole province. And it was going to begin here with the Remo meeting. And that's been held up because of COVID. And this was where the starting point was, but that was going to be discussed.
Right. Thank you for that. Further comments or discussions, folks? Clearly, the Remo committee won't be able to meet until restrictions have loosened to the point that they permit that meeting to happen. Mm-hmm. I'm going to circulate the report to all of council again, because I think it'd be helpful for all of council to have it top of mind. I agree with Councillor Gunn that we wouldn't be in a position to fully carry out the entirety of that plan in the course of any calendar year. It's outside of our capacity. But what we could do collectively as a group, and ultimately refer back to the Remo committee, we could sort of go through this and figure out exactly which of these priorities are things that we should address first, which are the ones that will make the most critical differences in communities, and also try to establish a schedule by which we need to identify which community halls we think need to be equipped in this fashion, and try to establish a schedule that might be a 3-year schedule or a 5-year schedule to get us from here to where we believe that we need to be. We can't do everything at once, but we can do an awful lot if we're strategic about it. And I think that if all of council is familiar with the report, that might go a long way towards getting us ready to actually put a strategy together.
Okay.
Councillor LeBlanc?
Thank you. I'm thinking that because of COVID, we're now 4 months behind. And I mean, it was started. Is there a possibility that we could just send a note to Premier McNeil and say, where do we stand at this point for this? And mainly to say that, you know, in a very kind way, that we know that everybody is, you know, in a state. However, it happened, and we're not prepared, or we have to try to move a little bit faster on this somehow, just so that we can see that there's a step or two going for many other steps that will have to be done. I know they were considering things, but what at this point, I'm pretty sure they have some kind of plan, except because of COVID, we haven't had any answers or any communications. So maybe we could just send them a note to say we'd like to work on this before we get a big storm and then we're behind the 8 ball instead of going forwards on that one.
I think Dawn would like to interject. Dawn?
Mm-hmm.
Just a couple points to the last speaker. So on July 2nd, there is new funding that's available through Municipal Affairs, specifically for electrical issues, or specifically for generators, for places that may be shelters or comfort centers in times of emergency. That was sent out by our remote coordinator to everyone that he had a contact information for. They've increased their funding from $500,000 to $1 million, so that is significant. The deadline to apply was relatively short, and that is a bit of a hardship. Also, we were advised by Andrew Mitten, our regional advisor, that there is an ongoing coordination process in regards to standards for comfort centers and shelters with the minister's office at Municipal Affairs, and something will be forthcoming shortly. And I believe that is in response to the meeting that the Premier had with some of the folks that were involved in this initiative.
Okay.
So I don't think it's been forgotten. I think it's just been delayed really by COVID-19.
Well, true. However, at this point, there was a June 5th announcement, and how do we proceed to make it go faster? Do we proceed by say, do we have to choose comfort centers that we would think in our county to put a number on? I know you came up with a number of 21 different locations. However, that's a lot. Or how do we move on from here? If we have a short period of time to answer,
John?
Short period of time.
Yeah, I think the discussion's excellent, by the way. Part of the issue is that we have a very good report submitted by Nancy Godfrey, and I think that they have a fairly decent understanding of where they would like to go. That has to marry up with comfort centers standards in general, and that's the piece that Dawn just spoke of the minister having to have that worked out so that we know what the standards are. But it's not just about the facility, it's about volunteers and about volunteer organization and about their leadership development, because what is the function of a comfort center? If it's meant to just come in and recharge your phones or do something else, I think some comfort centers are actually cooking meals, and their level of service may be higher than some other levels of service. But if you're doing that, then there has to be food handling courses. There has to be all these things that require training and to meet with the standards of opening up, depending on what type of service you offer in an emergency. That's not clearly defined yet. And so there's 21 listed by Nancy Godfrey's mapping, or if I've read it properly, it could be less. There were some circles that were marked in and others didn't have lines on, so I wasn't sure if they were to be interpreted as a total of 21. But ultimately, each area, each community has different needs or different levels of volunteer skills. And that all has to be considered if we're going to make things available and safe and it's appropriate for the public to go to in an emergency. So these are all the things that have to occur: accessibility, workplace safety, all that stuff. And I think people are working on it, but it's just not finalized yet. And then they bring that together and determine where would we best locate these stations in the county. We have 11 districts. But accessible wise, what's the best format? And we don't have an answer to that as of yet. We can provide some funding right now, and we have. We did discuss in the initial step to maybe help get certain comfort centers that would be identified to help them with a generator panel or something of that nature in the short term until we heard more. With this announcement about municipal affairs and the electrical support, the detail of that needs to be understood and applied for immediately. If the comfort center qualifies, how do we know if they're designated as a comfort center? We don't know that.
Right, Councillor LeBlanc and Councillor Gunn.
Thank you for all that information. Except, okay, I'm looking at my own community hall. Meals are prepared there all the time. I'm sure there's one, if not two, maybe more, that have food handling courses to be able to prepare these meals and put them out there. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if they don't have the generators and they have to raise the money to try to get the generators or to get going, we're putting them behind the 8 ball. instead of, if we provide the generator, it's there, or we provide what is needed to get a few of these centers started, I think everything else will fall in place because they have a good basis of volunteers at each of these community halls. And I mean, realistically, as you said, depending on what kind of center that they want to use. But if we don't get started, then we're never going to go forwards. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Councillor Gunn, then Councillor Fowler.
Thank you. Yeah, most halls that I know of, if they have meals, then the Department of Health has been in to look at it. Most everybody's had food handling courses. Their water has been tested, and their facilities are fairly checked, usually checked at least once a year, if not twice. So yes, and I do understand that we have to have all those certifications in place to become a comfort center. So a good list of not every hall needs to be a comfort center, but probably certainly in some of the bigger districts, a couple. Yes, thank you. That's all I got there.
Thank you. All right. So next steps for council? Councillor Fowler?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that in District 3, Port Long Fire Hall and Bridgetown Fire Hall did a very nice job taking care of the people and what have you, and they do know what they're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Absolutely. And I think that's something that we'll really have to take into account. There are areas that currently are fairly well set up. And so if we're going to triage what we do in the community and try to dedicate our efforts to the places that at the moment are underserved most.
Right.
And try to make a significant difference to those communities. And again, if we had like a 4 or 5 year rollout that we're intending to do, then we do it in that fashion. We start with the points of highest need and try to work backwards. I would think that's how I want to address it.
So if Timothy, if I may, in the context of this item on the agenda, we're being asked to consider drafting a policy for activation of comfort centers.
Yes.
And then if we develop a policy for that, what is our approach what's the checklist, so to speak, that we would run through a comfort station to know that they meet the requirements? So do they have and they may very well have food handling courses, but those are all pieces that have to be checked off that we would look at as part of the policy. And then ultimately, what are we prepared to spend on what we have identified as the comfort centers that we would consider activating? Now, also, depending on the level of emergency, there's other actors in the community that come into play in emergencies, such as Red Cross and shelters and other functions. And how do we determine if Red Cross sets up in an area, do we set up a comfort center as well? They're not huge matters to actually unpack, but they have to be identified in that policy.
Thank you. But the Deputy Warden and Councillor Sheridan.
So is there not a specific standard through the province that qualifies you for a comfort station? Because my understanding of it all is when a comfort station is asked to open, part of it will be funded by the province because the province asked it to open.
Carolyn,
am I wrong in thinking that way?
I saw Carolyn shaking her head at the first part of your comment. Maybe Carolyn, do you want to respond?
Just right now, no, there are no guidelines from the province. That's what we've been waiting for at the REMO level. We can't talk to people about a comfort center until we know what the guidelines and the standards are for a comfort center. We've been told by the province that they're working on those guidelines and they're hoping to keep telling us they're coming. So we're trying to be patient and waiting for them. I don't know if the provincial process, I don't know what their process is. If we needed to have someone open as a comfort center and we called as REMO, as determined at the REMO table that we needed a place open, if we designate it, if we say, not designate, If we say we need that place to open right now as a comfort center because of X, we would cover the cost of that because we have asked it to open. We, community halls serve their communities all the time. We don't have control over what community halls are serving their communities. That's what they do in their community. They serve their community. They say, we're opening here, come on in. Unless we ask for it to open, we don't cover the cost of that. We can't say this place is designated as a comfort center because, for one, we do not have guidelines. And for two, we keep a record of all the community halls who have their water tested annually, community halls that have volunteers in place with their food handlers courses, community halls that have functioning kitchens, that have a generator, that have whatever. So we have a list that provided by community halls to Remo at Remo's request. So we can't make people give us that information, but we ask for it, and we ask for it to be updated so that we know in a certain area if we need a place that hall can't supply what we need. So we would have to go to that hall. So we keep an inventory of places and what needs they could provide or what they cannot provide if we needed them. We don't designate places as a comfort center. We ask for the information that they have so that we would know at a moment, we could look at the list and say, in this community, that hall doesn't have their water tested annually, so we're not putting people in there. What hall does that's in the area that would serve whatever it is the need that we need to meet. But it's the provincial guidelines for what is called a comfort center and what is provided at a comfort center versus what is a shelter and what is provided at a shelter. And if it's an overnight shelter is different again. Most times in drastic weather, we would, if there was a snowstorm, we probably wouldn't ask someone to open the hall because we don't want people out in that. Usually we want people to shelter in place. We want people to be prepared for that. But if community halls are opening, I know in that report, it seemed, I think I saw it a couple of months ago, and they're talking about having people trained on ATV so they can go fetch people. We would never ask for someone to have to go through weather to get to a place to open it and then to go through weather and pull people into it. So we really need to see what the province is going to guide that process so that we can follow what the province sets up rather than be driven by the community centers. Because of course all the community centers want to serve their communities, and we applaud that and we try to support that. Council already supports community halls and centers that way, but it's waiting on provincial guidelines.
So perhaps the thing Councillor McDonald, and I'll go. Oh no, sorry, Councillor Sheridan's first. Sorry, Councillor Sheridan, I didn't mean to miss you there.
That's okay. That's okay. No, I agree with Carolyn. There is a lot of confusion because of the guidelines. And I know with the volunteers in Cotw, that's where their confusion comes in because they're not sure if they should open on their own or wait till they are told to open. So a lot of times, if they open on their own, is then the funding not provided to them if they open on their own?
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
So
if Remo doesn't ask them to open, Remo's not going to give them any money.
And that's where that's where they'd like to have some change because they do know when it needs to be open. Every community is different, right? I mean, there could be a tree down somewhere that's, that no power and, people need to get recharged or food or drink or something. And they try to, like they say, they have no guidelines to follow. They're waiting for somebody to call them, but nobody's calling them to open. So they open on their own, but then they don't receive the funding. So I think that is part of the problem. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald, I think that Dawn wanted to interject. Do you mind if I let her go first?
No, that's fine.
Dawn, would you please?
And Councillor Sheridan touched on a very important point, which again has been causing us to be on pause for the provincial guidelines. And that is the key point of who makes the decision to open a comfort center or a shelter, and who is eligible for funding and what funding are they eligible for. We're really waiting on the province to assist in providing uniformity across the province as to, number one, who is the authority that activates one of these places. And if it's not us, we can't take responsibility. Even from a liability point of view, we aren't able to do that. And who provides funding and in what circumstances, and funding for what. If they're not asked to open to provide a shelter overnight or to provide meals, then we have to have the organization understand that they're on their own if they decide to do that without an appropriate authority asking them to do that. That's where the provincial guidelines are going to help greatly in this whole process and take away some of the confusion. It would really be chaos to have 25 different organizations opening and all offering lobster dinners and expecting to get reimbursed by the county or the province for that. I think that the communities have done an absolutely critical job in providing some of these kinds of activities or facilities in circumstances of urgent need, but the degree of how far you go and who's going to provide funding is a very nebulous one at the moment. And liability is as well.
Okay. Councillor McDonald.
I find that the first 3 days after a Dorian, let's call it, Aunt Betty heard about Dorian coming, okay? She filled her bathtub up with water. After 3 days, you know what? That water is starting to change color. Aunt Betty needs to get to the community hall where there is currently electricity due to a generator that can draw water out of the ground, out of the well. I think that calling it a comfort center at this stage is complicating it a lot. I think in the short term, I kind of like Councillor Gunn's direction where if we could start more simple, if we could just start preparing so that we could lug the councillor's generator down to the hall for 12 hours a day so everybody can have water who can't afford to have their own generator, is a fantastic start that doesn't involve the complication of comfort center in quotation marks. Aunt Betty needs some fresh water and she needs some news. And I think that's a place we can start as all these other levels of government are deciding what falls under the label comfort center and who qualifies and who does not. Aunt Betty just wants some fresh water to drink. I think we should start simpler. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. And I think that you're actually raising a valid point, and that is that there are a lot of things that we're already doing and that we could do more of that don't require a policy at all, that simply require actions of individual councillors, and certainly would encourage councillors to think carefully about what kind of a role they and perhaps other people in positions of authority within their own communities might be able to do in the course of an emergency. But I do think I think it's wise for the municipality to be thinking about the development of a policy. And I think that we can approach it in two different ways. One, we could simply defer the development of a policy until the province releases its guidelines. The trick to that, of course, is we don't know exactly when that's going to arrive, and we don't want to leave our communities in the lurch. There's something more we could do in the interim. The alternative that we could do is to develop a policy based on our best guesses of where the province is going to go, and also based upon what the current protocols that are actually in place are. Because I think there's a lot of lack of clarity about what community halls have the authority to do, whether they get reimbursed, whether they don't get reimbursed, what the different the distinctions between a comfort center and a shelter are. I think that we could be drafting a policy based on current practice and our best guesses of the things that will be in the provincial policy, with the intention of revisiting it once the provincial policy is actually produced. So we could do two different things. We could try to do something, try to take an initial run at it, planning to change it later, or we could defer the decision until the provincial policy is developed. Don?
The exact discussion that we had with John mimics what you just said, Mr. Warden. So I'm about halfway through a policy which actually formalizes what our past practice has been, and that's based on an inventory activation system. We thought at least if we formalized and made more transparent what the current process is that we follow in regards to comfort centers, shelters, community halls, whatever you want to term it, that at least we had a basis to adapt as things evolved from the province. So I'm about halfway through a policy that does exactly what you were suggesting, because that was really what the CAO thought would be a great starting point. So if you wanted to have a workshop, or if you just wanted the policy brought forward to a future meeting, I think that gets us at least on a starting point that's all at the same page.
Terrific. Thank you. Councillor Gunn.
Thank you very much. Yeah, listen, I believe most communities will handle themselves accordingly in a crisis situation around here. You know, they're not going to wait for the province to give them direction when a crisis happens. They're going to handle themselves the best they can. And that's been the basic rule of thumb right along. A policy, well, I guess we can develop a policy on what, you know, centers we will have, and that makes perfect sense to me because of, you know, handling food and making people safe and comfortable. So, yeah, in the end, I think locals are pretty resilient, and in a crisis situation, they'll know it.
Thanks very much. John?
Just to add to the policy really is meant to guide us in who we would contact to activate the comfort center. It's about activating a comfort center. So that's a guideline. If we activate it, well, then we cover the costs. Okay, so the policy would be about activation. So if there is an emergency, most of the time people, as John McDonald suggested, everybody's asked, and Remo suggests this as well, is that people prepare for at least 3 days at home. But in some cases, some people are prepared. In some cases, some people aren't. And they may need to call upon their neighbors to help them out in some way. This is where these community halls can come in to help. The activation of a comfort center is another process that we would be dealing with the information at that time to make the decision on opening it up. Policy guides that. Are they ready? Do they have certain things in place? Our existing grant programs for anybody, for equipment or repairs or something, could always still ask for a generator or a generator panel if it's within the ability for us to afford. I think what council wanted to do is we may not necessarily be able to give everybody a generator panel or a generator throughout the county, but there'd be a good foundation that we have a good history of what's gone on and who's opened up, and we help them get their capacity where it needs to be. And if we bring that policy reflection in our grant approval process, then we'll be closer to be making the right decisions on which comfort centers will likely be activated.
So I'm guessing that council would probably like to see the draft policy when the draft is ready for council's review. People agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm seeing nodding around.
Yes.
Nodding around. Good.
Yes.
That would be terrific, Don, if we could. When you feel that it's ready, perhaps, do you think it might be prepared in time for the September Committee of the Whole?
I believe it will be ready for the August Council, if you'd like to have the first look at it at August Council. That's what John and I had discussed. I would like to have a little further consultation with the staff involved. I'd certainly like Brian's involvement as the Remo coordinator. And I certainly wanted to have time to discuss it with the CAO prior to bringing it forward to Committee of the Whole or Council. But I do anticipate that the first look at the draft policy could occur at the August Council session.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right.
Timothy, I can just add one more thing, just and not to confuse with what Don is doing, but we did discuss in previous council meetings the possibility of let's say we had $10,000 earmarked each year. Whether that's the figure or not would be determined, but that amount of money would be allocated to help, you know, so many community centers this year with getting either generator panel or generator. Then the next year others could apply. And we're doing it over a period of time, and the financial impact is more manageable for a municipality when it's done that way. So there are those processes that we could lay out as well as we determine how we fund over a period of time. And if somebody didn't meet the application this year, maybe they can meet it next year. Something like that.
All right, terrific. Shall we move on then? So our next item of new business,
Gordon,
which,
Gordon,
yes.
could I ask if you would take a brief recess, please?
Yes, of course. Folks, let's take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
We're not on yet. Oh, there we are. Welcome, everybody. Welcome you back to our meeting of the whole. Let's proceed to a request for decision on AM 1.4.12 tax exemption and reduction policy. And I believe we're amending this because of a name change of one of our organizations. Deputy Warden, would you mind reading the suggested wording for us?
That 7 days notice be given for municipal council to amend AM-1.4.12 tax exemption and reduction policy as follows. In District 7, Paradise Historical Society.
All right, can I have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Fowler. Discussion on the motion. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion's carried. Thanks so much. Let's go on. Next, electronic voting.
To recommend that municipal council authorize staff to prepare for an electronic ballot for the upcoming October 17th, 2020 municipal election in the county of Annapolis.
So we got a couple of, this is the motion to which we're missing a couple of schedules, Carolyn?
Yeah.
Maybe Doug, nice to see you, Doug. How are you?
Well, very good. Thank you.
Good.
Want to put a seconder on the motion, please, Warden?
I can second it.
Seconded by Councillor Sheridan. Discussion on the motion, and I'm going to ask maybe Doug, could you just run quickly through the contents of the attachments we don't have in front of us?
Okay, yeah, Amanda and I have, well, me in particular, I guess we've done a lot of research to make sure we fully understand electronic voting, how it works, and we had just prepared a report for you that describes it in a bit more detail. Basically, it works through telephone, touch-tone telephone, and internet. So people don't need internet, by the way. A touch-tone phone is fine. And we can configure an electronic election in a lot of different ways, including having a long period of time where people can vote electronically. And we can also give a great in-person experience on October 17, or also at advance polls if people want to come in and vote in person. I've heard council very carefully, some of you have said that you think the in-person component is still a very important part. We can provide that electronically, where people come in and they would receive assistance from poll workers to use an electronic kiosk. Instead, it would just be an electronic kiosk instead of paper, but we can definitely provide a really high quality experience and carefully train the poll workers to make sure that people love it and are happy and know their vote was well registered. We'll definitely provide you the report as an FYI, but it just gives you a full feature comparison. There are definitely more things we can do electronically for the public. They can vote from home. Statistics from Nova Scotia show it only takes a couple of minutes, so it is viewed as a great convenience. Universally across the province, other municipalities are already using it, are telling us very strongly and very clearly that people love it, even seniors and people in rural areas. In fact, the more committed a person is already to vote, the more likely it is they're going to follow through, use this, and think, wow, it only took me 4 minutes instead of having to get in the car and go somewhere. It is being pretty proven across Nova Scotia that it is well liked and well accepted. There are some downsides to doing a hybrid that also involves paper. It's the most complicated one to explain to the public. And it's been shown that there are a lot of misunderstandings. People try and vote electronically at times when that's not working and things. The site, the IntelliVote, the vendor, has seen that The site gets huge numbers of hits, thousands in some larger municipalities, if the tool has been turned off at certain times because they're using paper. So the public tends to get confused on a paper electronic hybrid, but we can communicate fairly concisely and fairly well. Was the gist of the report, to show them a lot of features that they can access electronically, either a great quality in-person experience or the ease of having several days of access to do it from home. So I think that's a quick gist of the report. Are there questions on that, Council? And we will get you the report for you to review as an after.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fowler.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that there is still a lot of people that would rather go to a poll and vote. Besides that, Annapolis County has little internet and an unstable internet. Besides that, if people go in and try to phone in their ballot and what have you, if they try and the phone is busy and a couple times, that's the end of them. They're not going to vote. And also cell phones, a lot of people text, and will texting be suitable for putting a vote through? And I guess that's about it. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fowler. Further questions or comments? Deputy Warden.
And I see there's other options here, like paper only, electronic ballot only, hybrid ballot. And to me, so when this motion is passed, it does not mean that we are not going to have a voting station opened so people can go vote electronically. Does it?
According to the options and the way they're laid out, even for the electronic only ballot, there would be one polling station in each district that would be available. Staff would guide people through the process of voting electronically at those stations, so you don't have to also print voting cards. So even with the electronic only, there will be an in-person option available in each district.
Right, but where we have some districts that are larger than others, that's going to be difficult, especially for my area.
Yeah, it's challenging. The saving grace, I think, is that you can access the system and vote through any touch-tone phone. You don't need internet. You don't need a cell phone. Most people will have either a cell phone or a landline, and you can't have a rotary phone and a landline anymore. They don't work. So if you've got a phone, if you've got a landline at all, you have touch-tone. So I think that this means that pretty much every household in Annapolis County should have the ability to access this system without purchasing anything, with the technology they currently have in their homes. And to me, that's a critical consideration.
Yeah, and my other concern is how we are going to roll this out to communicate with everybody that this is the way it's going to be, because at times I feel that we don't communicate well at times, and I'm very concerned that this needs to be out there. It needs to be advertised on the radio. It needs to be advertised on the radio at least once a day until election day.
Doug, can you talk to us about the communication plan that you're working on?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Roberts. Yes, since it's new, we could look at an additional budget. Notice of polls is just one newspaper ad. That's the minimum legal requirement. We have our webpage, we have Facebook, we have other community Facebook pages. A lot of the community halls that we've used in the past for polls and still will to support electronic, we can give them an ad to put on their Facebook page, and that'll be seen by several thousand paid people. One of the nice things about Facebook is you get a little email and it shows up in your Facebook feed. We can explore additional advertising and give you an RFD to approve it. We can look into budget items for that.
Would council like to see additional advertising beyond what was just described?
I would.
Yes.
I think that probably It's not seeing everybody. No, I'm seeing nodding right around the room. So I think that that would be appreciated if you could. Carolyn, you wanted to interject, and then I've got Councillor Sheridan, Gunn, and Fowler.
I just wanted to mention that staff didn't work on any of those additional items until there was a direction from council. There is certainly more council input that's required once you decide which type of ballot you're going to have. I wanted to add that with an electronic ballot, council will have the option to extend the time period when people can call in and vote. We will also have trained staff for anyone who's running into any issues at all can call staff, and we will walk them through right at that time and be able to follow up right away and make sure they were able to cast their vote. The beauty of it is if you choose one place in each district to have a walk-in poll, we've had IT's gone out and checked internet serviceability so we would come back with a recommendation on where it would be. But if you are voting electronically, you don't have to go to a polling station in your community. If you are in somewhere getting your groceries and there's a polling station there on election day, you can go in because your PIN will go in and it will bring up the information pertinent to you. So you can vote even if you can't, if you're not voting from home and you want to go to a poll, you have the option to go to any poll you're going to be near, because you will be able to, your PIN will determine what information is given to you for your electronic ballot. So it really expands the ability of the voter, and it's really about the voter experience. We really want voters to be able to access, to be able to vote. This COVID just really threw in a whole other realm of limitations for us. So the other item that was not in the attachment, but I think you all got it on your NSFM feed, was the response to the president of Pam Mood of NSFM. And it was the minister suggesting that municipalities go with an electronic vote. That's the letter that I wanted you to see. So yeah, we're looking at the overall voter experience, voter turnout, and how to make it easier for voters to vote without have to physically go. If we had, for instance, if you went with a full paper ballot, you might still only be able to have one location per district. I don't think we can't staff 45 polls. We can't find the people. And I think the closer we get to October, the less people that we've engaged will want to stay engaged, because I believe you'll see the second wave of COVID come, and that will scare people away. And who will want to go stand in long lines anywhere, just like when I went to Canadian Tire and had to stand outside in a 6-foot line to get in the store. So we're really trying to target the voters. We're trying to make it as easy as possible for the voters, for voter turnout. Most electronic votes have a higher voter turnout because of the ease of access for them. But I just wanted to throw in that even if you want to walk into a poll to vote on regular polling day, you can walk into any of our polls because your PIN will give you the ballot you need in front of you. I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Councillor Sheridan?
So I agree with the electronic voting. Given the current circumstances with COVID, we're not even sure if people can get out to vote in October. They may have to do it at home or by phone, computer, or whatever the circumstances may be. I think this is a great way to start introducing it. It's almost like we may not have a choice but to do electronic voting come time. And introducing it in one in each district, that's a great idea. People will get used to it. And the next election, they'll already know how to do it. They'll be introduced to it. I think this is the way to go in case we cannot do paper ballots come October.
Thank you, Councillor Sheridan. Frankly, I agree with you. I think that we're in a situation where we really do not have an alternative. And I think that's been made pretty clear by what Carolyn was saying. if we're having difficulty finding sufficient volunteers to man physical stations, and we anticipate that some of those volunteers would drop off if the second wave of COVID comes through, I don't think it's in the realm of our capacity to actually do an in-person paper ballot election. So the alternative, if we are required to do, and I'll be very candid, I think that proceeding with an election in the current circumstances is a mistake, period. I don't think the province would ever consider doing it. They would never do this for a provincial election. They require municipalities to do it. It puts the entire process at a profound disadvantage. Candidates, whether new or incumbent, can't campaign. You can't visit people door to door. You can't attend community meetings. It's very difficult to provide your messaging. It really will put new candidates at a significant disadvantage, because those of us who are incumbents, at least our names are somewhat known within our communities. Frankly, the entire process, the entire democratic process is really called into question by forcing it through right now. But we don't have an alternative. We're a creature of the province. We must accept our marching orders. I think the only option before us, if we're to do that was within our capacity, is to move with an electronic voting. Councillor Gunn?
Yeah, you know, this is such a social experiment that they're carrying out. So this electronic voting will not possibly work in my district because we don't have everybody, well, not everybody has a phone for one thing, and not everyone has, you know, internet access. That's quite obviously most don't in my district. And so how's this going to work? And, you know, go borrow your phone, your neighbor's phone to get in? And has every person, eligible voting person in a household, get a PIN number? Is that what it is? And they dial up a number, a 1-800 number, and they punch in their PIN, and then they say A, B, C, or D. And the next person in the house comes along and says A, B, C, or D. We could quite possibly get one person voting for the whole family.
So there's more than just your PIN has to be entered. There's
well, what else?
3 verification things to go in.
How?
And yes, you could borrow someone else's phone and do it, but if you offer a walk-in poll in your district, then people will be able to physically go into a poll and cast their electronic vote that way.
And in my district, I wonder where that one poll would be. Would that be Bridge, Clemens Vale, or Bear River? Now,
council will determine that. Council,
about a 20-mile spread between those places.
Yes, in a lot of districts, that is correct. And there is, IT has gone to all of our traditional polling locations and measured the internet availability there. And if a council goes with electronic voting, like I said, there will be more decisions that will have to be made by council. And one of them could possibly be which one place in your district will be your walk-in.
Councillor Gunn?
I'm sorry, one place. So if I have a walk-in in Milford, say, the middle of my district, I don't think folks are going to come from Maitland Bridge and by Pretty Mary Lake in through those woods to come in there to that one spot and drive by their hall out there to come into that spot to learn how to vote. It's the same as I don't believe people from Bear River will come up there to learn how to vote. I just don't think people are willing to drive. I mean, at the best, we get what? 30% of people out to vote. This may well, once they learn how to operate the system, might get us a bigger voter turnout. I agree with you, once they learn. But for this election, I believe that we're going to have almost the same thing. You're going to have a place in Maitland Bridge and in Milford and in Bear River in my district. Perhaps not in District 1 because it's a small, geographic area and it's not that far. But in my district, it's a big district. People aren't going to travel. I mean, with 30%, that was that was a big spread to get 30%. You know, guys know yourself, it's mostly around 25. So it'll work eventually. I don't think it'll work the first time around as well as what we're supposing.
Thank you, Councillor. One of the things that council could always decide, especially for a couple of the very large districts like yours, Councillor Gunn, or the deputy wardens, or for a district that's very, very long, like Councillor Hemmings, is it would be at council's discretion to provide an additional polling station for electronic voting in those districts. It would change. There'd be a cost associated with that, but it's all of these options are still on the table. We still have to shape what this is actually going to look like when it rolls out. I've got Councillor Fowler, the Deputy Warden, Councillor Prout, and Councillor Sheridan. Have I missed anybody? Okay, Councillor Fowler.
Am I on?
Yes, you're on.
Oh, okay, yeah. To me, the only way I'd support this would be if we had 2 polling stations in my district, like Martha's and Michael's. I think it should have 2, one on the mountain and one in the valley. Another way of saying it, Bridgetown, one in Bridgetown, one in Port Warren or Hampton. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Warden.
And that's my concern too. I mean, I've got Springfield, I've got Ingettsville, and I've got New Albany. That is quite a trek to go. If I put one in Springfield, then you got Ingettsville and New Albany that's got to truck all the way out to Springfield if they want to go into a polling station. And that's my concern is I believe, as Councillor Gunn, that it is possible that the larger areas are going to have more than one polling station.
And we can certainly have that. We can certainly have that conversation. Councillor Prout.
Thank you. Over time, I've become resigned to the fact that it's going to be electronic only. I guess that's best for the safety of the voters, the workers. My question is, in the past, you could be sworn in on election day if you somehow were missed, you didn't get the information that you needed. I'm curious if somebody was qualified to vote, did not receive, for whatever reason, they were like Rip Van Winkle, they'd been asleep for 20 years, I don't know. They didn't have the proper PIN number and so on. Has anyone given any thought, or would they be able to walk into the polling station, provide documentation of where they live, how long they've been there, they're qualified as a voter? Would they be given or be able to get a PIN number that day? I see Doug nodding his head. That's good. That was just something I know up here, Diane and myself, when we have, sometimes we have to go through the Kingston Post Office, some of our voters, we can easily get missed. So that's good to know. I thank you for that nod, Doug.
Thanks. Councillor Sheridan.
So in regards with the concerns of people not being able to get to a poll, some of those people may be the ones that choose to do it by phone, and it may increase the voters because more people don't have access to a car. That we got to look at the positive, not just the negatives, because I do feel it's going to increase the voter turnout. I think that it's more convenient for them to do it. I know myself, like somebody mentioned earlier, going to Canadian Tire, if you're waiting in that line up and it's a bucket of rain coming down, you're not going to want to go Canadian Tire that day. What if the polling day is the downpour? Like, people have to wait outside, but if they have the choice to just pick up the phone and do it from home, I think you're going to find that more people will use it than you realize. And Carolyn did point out that there are going to be staff on hand if anybody has any issues trying to call in or to make a vote. There will be staff on hand to do that, to help them along the way. I just wanted to make those 2 points. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Well, I don't have anyone further on my list. Our folks, Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, I was waiting. I just have one thing, and it's more for those that may watch our meeting more than myself. Voter fraud. What can someone go through precautions that IntelliVote and others take to prevent voter fraud with electronic voting? please.
Doug, can you speak to that?
Certainly, and Carolyn might want to add as well. It's an important topic. You can already in person say, I'm this person, let me vote, and we swear people in. We don't do ID currently for elections. So we already have an election system that's very much self-declaring amongst the population.
Yes.
This system, security-wise, will require you to have a PIN number that will come to you in a letter, or if anything goes wrong with that letter, staff can assess a person and say, yes, we're satisfied you're this voter, and we can give them a PIN number. And you have to input and know your personal date of birth. So those are the security things. If a person was to attempt to commit fraud and try and be someone else, or try and steal someone else's mail and use those are both criminal offenses. So those are, in a nutshell, that's the big picture for security.
So in a way,
to that?
And I guess, oh sorry, Council, I guess it's worth adding, we're not the first ones doing this. It's worked in Nova Scotia very well for a lot of years, and there hasn't been any big problem with that. So that maybe is something that can give us some confidence as well.
and by a lot of years, you mean what? 4 years, 8 years, 20 years?
I think 2012 or earlier, a fair number of municipalities have been doing it. By 2016, about 65% of the population of Nova Scotia had access to electronic voting municipally.
And via IntelliVote. Okay, thank you very much.
In 2008, we were approached, well, in 2007, leading up to the 2008 election, we were approached by IntelliVote in 2008. Council didn't want to go then. We offered a hybrid at that time that would be half paper, half electronic, because they were fairly new on the scene at that time, and council wanted the bugs to be worked out. And I think since 2008, they've pretty much caught all the bugs, or they've tried.
Thank you. I have Councillor LeBlanc and Councillor Fowler. Councillor LeBlanc.
Well, Councillor Fowler was before me, but I'm looking at this as a positive thing, and especially in our situation. However, my only concern is the delivery of these voter cards. It's always the same. I have a section that the delivery is unreal. And by that, I mean exactly what I said. They just do not get it. They do not receive. The last letter that was sent, it has not been received. The garbage thing, all over the mountain and bottom, from the bottom going up, not been received. There is a big problem in the delivery in my sector, and I'm sure Mr. President has the same problem. So there's my problem in the overall scheme of things.
Maybe I'm just going to ask a question perhaps Carolyn can answer for us. I would think that the difference between this and a notice like the one we just sent out is the notice has been sent out general delivery. That is, they go into a post office and they were told everybody who lives in this area should receive one of those. Whereas these will have specific pins on them for individual residents, which means they have to be individually addressed. And when you submit something to the post office that's addressed to somebody, they're quite good at actually ensuring that addressed mail gets to the person. It's not the same as general deliveries. Would I be right in guessing that, Carolyn?
We have had issues with Canada Post in all facets of our municipal life, including voter information cards, which would be this, the same. So if you know there is an election in your area and you're not getting information, you should be calling. So we will be advertising. That's part of the layer of communication that we will have, is trying to get it out there that if you're not receiving something by a certain date, to call. So and again, council will have to, we will have to bring an RFD to council. We might have to have a special session at council, I don't know, to select the vendor. We've been working with the vendor who responded to a provincial RFP HRM put out a request for proposals, and IntelliVote, when they responded, said they would make that available for all municipalities if they were the chosen vendor, which is why we keep maybe talking about IntelliVote, because they've been very helpful with the process with us. They provide quite a bit of training, so there's going to be daytime staff available at the end of phones. I think we're trying to get 3 people who will be dedicated to answering and guiding people through that electronic process. And council can set the parameters of that. It can be 2 weeks leading up to the election. I mean, so, you know, it depends on the, depends on nomination day and declaring the polls and then getting in after that. So it's a very process-driven way of thinking, and it's very, their training modules look very intensive, and there's also going to be training for candidates. So we would be able to have a candidate information session and give you and show you candidates how the process would work from your side. And, you know, without having myriad copies of a voter's list floating around with your scrutineers checking here and there, you will have it all in front of you, and you can look, you can see what the percentage of voters is at any real time, given time of day. You'll be able to see who has voted. So, you know, if there are people that you're concerned are not getting it, you will see that. So there's a lot of training involved through many, many facets of delivering this form of voting. And it's, again, it's centered on the voter, but it also is very comprehensive in the process.
Councillor LeBlanc, you wanted to
I just want to, yes, say just one more thing. I think this will roll out fine. I think, but one of the things that we do need to look at is the possibility of using all of our different avenues and being the halls themselves, where they have they put their meetings and stuff on their billboards and advertising. Because I think it'll have to be rolled out early that we're doing electronic voting in the county.
We will engage as many ways as we can to get that out.
Yeah, and at this end. So that I know that everybody is.
So to your question was about Canada Post. So what I guess what I was getting at is Canada Post has issues in areas. It's not only up in that end, it's out the number 8. It's out.
Oh, I don't disagree.
Right, so, and it's always the same pockets of places, and we don't know when we pay for first-class postage with Canada Post, we expect them to deliver it to, because it's addressed mail. It's not like it's ad mail. It's not like it's a general. We're expecting first-class delivery when we're putting first-class postage on them. So, you know, we can lead the horse to water, but if we know that people are not getting something and we are told that, we can shake Canada Post. We can make sure that the deliveries are happening. But if we don't know till after the process, oh, well, I didn't get a card. Well, let us know early on so that we can address it. So hopefully Canada Post, I don't know. It's the only avenue we have to get a direct mail out to everybody on the voter. So there's another thing. I'll put a plug in before it comes up. We don't have yet, but we're in the process now. We will be getting the preliminary voters list. We urge you to contact everyone to make sure, to call us and make sure they are on the voters list. That's what all the lists are generated. And if there is or if there is not an election in your district, your voters will still get a letter telling them there is an election or there is not. If someone goes in by acclamation, people will get a letter. All the voters will get a letter telling them they either have to go out and vote or they don't need to go out and vote, but everyone will get a letter. So get your people to make sure that they're on the preliminary list when we get to that later on and when the ads come in.
I have Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gunn, and the Deputy Warden. Councillor Fowler? Oh, Councillor Sher.
Okay, texting. People today, anywhere from 18 to lifetime end, are now texting. Is texting going to be a way to vote included in this?
Thanks, Councillor Fowler. Councillor Gunn?
I try to stay muted so I don't interject sometimes. But thank you. So there is no stipulation in Canada that states that in order to vote, you need a phone, internet, or be literate. Am I correct?
Right.
So, so how do we deal with that with just, you know, this type of voting?
That's why we're asking you to offer one place in your district where people can walk in and vote.
Yes, and then I would wonder what that one place in my district would possibly.
However many locations council decides in each district, there will be an opportunity for people who are not comfortable using their phone to vote from home or their internet. If they don't have it, we need to offer people a place where they can go exercise their right to vote. And we will provide the electronics and the steps on how to get through it in that place where they can walk in.
Still have to be a paper ballot there if they need. Or you'll have to vote electronically there at that spot. Is that what you're telling me?
You're breaking up, Councillor. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. So there will be either a choice of a paper ballot
No.
place,
No.
an electronic voting machine that
There will be an
you
electronic
put them through
kiosk.
how to vote.
Yes. Yes.
And what if they're not, you know, capable of understanding that? That's the problem.
If they need, as in when they're casting a paper ballot, if they have someone who can be sworn in as a friend of the elector to assist them through that, then then they can assist them through that. The DRO can assist them through that. The DRO
So they would
is a friend
essentially
to an
know who
elector.
they voted for and the rest of it.
If someone is being sworn in as a friend to the elector, just as in a paper ballot right now, that person can go behind the screen with the person. They're swearing they're making a sworn statement that that person needs assistance and that they are qualified to give them assistance, whether it's an intellectual problem they have, whether they're blind, whether they speak a different language. Someone can be sworn to go behind that screen with them to assist them through the process, whether it's paper or electronic.
So that'll be dealt with at the poll.
If they request at the poll, the DRO is a sworn person and can go provide that assistance if it is requested of them. Any kind of ballot that you would have, there would be assistance available or provided.
And yet, if they weren't comfortable with that, that would be tough luck.
Well, if you're asking if there would be a paper ballot backup, there
Well, that's the thing. Not everybody would be comfortable with somebody going back there. And what are you going to know? When I don't care if you're a sworn RA or whatever, you know, I don't want you knowing how I voted, right? People want the option to keep their vote private.
What you're describing is the current situation, though. Bear in mind that Annapolis County has one of the highest, though we've got one of the highest rates of residents with graduate degrees of any county in the province. We also have one of the highest rates of illiteracy in the province. Well, because of that, because of the issues of illiteracy, we will have had people who will have had to use a mechanism like this, and with the understanding that someone's going to assist them, and that there's some loss of privacy in the course of that with the paper system. It's an existing problem. It's not changing because of this.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Deputy Warden?
My question is how long before we start educating the public on what we're doing?
Just as soon as council makes a decision and we can move forward.
So it will be by the end of this month, because this decisions will have to go through council.
Yes.
So I'm hoping by the 1st of August that we have all of our advertising, our letters, whatever council decides on informing the public, that it will it will be en route by the 1st of August?
There are ads that are legislated to go out, and every ad that we put out, for instance, the first ad that must be put out in legislation is about verifying that you are on the preliminary list of electors. In every ad that we put out, once a decision has been made, we will talk about electronic voting. In every,
So those
legislated to put out.
Right, so those ads for, to check the voters list are only going out, or is that a council's decision, or are they only going out in the 2 newspapers?
Those are required by legislation to go in a newspaper circulating in your area. The only newspaper currently that circulates in our county is the Chronicle Herald. They tell us that the Saturday edition goes to people who had subscriptions to the local newspapers. We will send those ads. I will print them. You can pick them up and post them in your communities. We'll be putting them on Facebook. We'll be posting them on our website under the elections. We will be doing, so we're required to circulate them in a newspaper. We will be adding them to Facebook, social media, our website. We will be sending them to you, asking you to print them off or come pick up print copies. Normally we would put them in your mailbox if we were meeting in person and ask you to post them in your communities.
Council can add to those advertisements if we wish. Say if we wanted them sent out in the mail, and we could make that decision to do that?
If you want what sent out in the mail? The ads?
Yeah. To check the voters list.
We are legislated to advertise in a newspaper. That is what the act directs us. If council has other expenses they want covered in that. You also haven't yet, because we haven't determined the way we're going to conduct the vote, the poll. We still have to bring you the tariff of fees and expenses. Until we know how you're going to vote and how many places you're going to do it in, we can't provide that to you. So those things will be coming up. Again, we have never, which doesn't make it a reason, sent advertisements to the general, in a general mailing. That's an expensive process for the 4, I think it's 4 legislated ads that we have to place. We can't make people buy the paper. We can't make people listen to the radio, and we can't make them check Facebook. They know, hopefully they know there's an election coming up. The more you're out in your communities or talking to your community people, we depend on you as well, and any of the candidates who put their names in to be part of that communication with the public that they're meeting with.
Right, no, and I understand that, but the situation we're in, and we're not allowed to go to community events and out in a boat like we normally did. That is my concern, is a communication to all the residents on what they should be doing and where they should be doing it and how they should be doing it. And I mean, I do know it is expensive to send it all out by mail, but this is a big change within our county that is new. And if we have to spend the money to educate our residents, then I don't have a problem with that.
We can absolutely include what the cost of advertising by mail out to individual people on a voters list. We can absolutely include that in an upcoming RFD.
Yeah, thank you.
With council's agreement, I'm going to ask if we try to focus any further discussion on this, on the actual motion that's before us, because we're sort of leaping ahead of it to try to figure out a lot of the logistics of advertising and how everything else will work. But this decision does need to be made this morning if possible. Councillor Sheridan.
So in regards to having a poll station at each district, do you have enough workers that have come forward to do that?
Carolyn?
If we were conducting a paper ballot and had 43 polling stations, no, we do not have enough workers. Your returning officer has been calling and getting people on a list. If they're interested, we have about 112. If we were running paper ballots, we would need 152. So, but what we expect to happen if council decides to go electronic, we will then have to contact those people and see what their comfort level is with computers. So we expect to lose part of that list of interested people. So it becomes important early on so that we know who we're directing, who we're looking for as workers.
And then that was going to be my question. Like, maybe we won't have enough workers to have a poll in each district. If some back out, you can't get enough people to come forth.
I believe working towards one poll in each district,
we can still do that.
To get enough people from the interested list to man one poll in each district.
Okay, that was my question. My second question is, if somebody recently moved, where do you get their address, or who sends out the voter cards to do that?
So I'm sorry, I keep jumping in front of Doug, and I'm going to anyway. The province of Nova Scotia provides us with their electors list. They divide it into our districts and our divisions because we provide them with a capture somehow. Cheryl McIntosh does that, and they do it. They tell us we should be getting that list by tomorrow. We should be getting that preliminary list. They tell us that they comb all the data sources that they can to provide us the most up-to-date information. They tell us they check with Registry of Motor Vehicles for new addresses, with point of sales for housing, with, there was one other of the one big places, but we have an open data portal that different, that municipalities, Registry of Motor Vehicles, everyone at a higher level can access to make sure that the information there is accurate and up to date. So we're assuming that this will be accurate and up to date. I would expect maybe to the end of last month. Be that as it may, we still would like people to call and make sure that they're on the list if they're new to the area. However, it is not a problem to be added to the voters list. You have to be added to the voters list. You have to prove that you live there up until as close as the day before the election. You say, well, I moved here yesterday and this is where I live, and the act says that's all we need you to say. You swear that that information is true and you're added to the list, and an electronic vote, we would issue a PIN number for them to cast their vote.
And the reason I ask is because we have a lot of renters. Like, there's a lot of apartment buildings and whatnot in my district, and I was just wondering who they would call if they just recently moved to get their address updated to get a voter card.
When the ads go out to say check and see if you're on the list, they can be added to the list at that time.
And there will be a number for them to call.
Yes.
Okay. And also, I just wanted to point out, I believe Middleton, the last election that they had, I think they did it electronically, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the last couple.
They've done 2 special elections and a full election with IntelliVote.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
All right. So the motion that's on the table right now is to recommend that Municipal Council authorize staff to prepare for an electronic ballot for the upcoming October 17th, 2020 municipal election in the County of Annapolis. If there's no further discussion, I'll
hold on then.
Oh, Councilor Gunn?
Thank you. So when I read through that, I got 2 different prices there of what it might cost. In electronic, it's saying $49,546, and the paper ran election is $59,284. But now, yet we've been here and we've discussed that there's going to be extra fees to do it electronically, and I wonder if those have been added in that equation. Because we're getting delivered to, it's like there's a $10,000 difference spread.
If you look at the top
electronically. But since then, we've also discussed that there's going to be extra fees in on top of doing this electronically.
If you look at the top line of the chart on page 10 of your agenda package, so this is the chart that gives those 2 prices, the paper and the electronic price. The top line is for polls and poll workers. So you can see that the assumption of having a single poll open in each district has already been considered, and it's part of this estimate, I believe.
There will also be an additional request for decision on the tariff of fees and expenses, which is a separate decision that council has to make. We cannot provide fees and expenses until we have a direction that we're providing fees and expenses for. So fees and expenses for a paper ballot would be different than fees and expenses for an electronic ballot. We didn't do the work on that. We weren't going to do the work until directed to bring those back to you.
Okay.
All right. There's nothing further. All in favor of the motion signify by saying, actually, I'm going to go through it. I'm going to go through this district by district, if that's all right. District 1, Councillor Proud.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Nay, recorded.
Thank you. District 4.
Councilor Nagel is not present.
That's right. District 5.
Aye.
District 6, Councillor Morrison is absent. District 7 is aye. District 8.
Sorry. Just say nay.
District 9.
Recorded, please.
Thank you. District 9.
Yes, yes.
District 10. Oh, you need to unmute.
You're muted.
I'll say nay and recorded.
Thank you. District 11.
Yay.
That's aye. Okay. All right. So what's our tally, Wanda? You're muted, Wanda.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yays, 3 nays, and 2 not present.
Thank you very much. The motion's carried. Folks, it is quarter past noon. Why don't we break for half an hour to have a quick bite of lunch and reconvene at 12:45? And I'll ask folks if you and I think Carolyn prefers that we log out for this. Is that correct, Carolyn?
No, not for this part.
For this? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks very much. All right. Hello, everybody. I'd like to welcome you back to our meeting of Committee of the Whole. We're going to proceed with new business item E, request for a decision on first advance poll. Deputy Warden, if you would. Oh, you're muted. There we go.
That municipal council approved Saturday, October the 10th, 2020, 7 days before ordinary polling day, as the first advance poll day from noon until 8 p.m.
Seconder for the motion. Seconded by Councillor McDonald. Thank you very much. Discussion. Of course, this is not referring to the time period of William the Conqueror. I don't think there's a typo there.
10:20, yeah.
That's right. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Thanks so much. Public notice.
The municipal council approve additional methods of providing notice to the public on how the public electors can make updates to the primary electors list to include both electronic communication to the public and 2 paper flyer distributors. This is in addition to 2 paper insertions and are required to the Municipal Elections Act.
Seconder for the motion. Seconded by Councillor Fowler. Discussion on the motion. Deputy Warden.
And if this motion's passed, does that mean we cannot add to how we're going to advertise?
Carolyn?
If this motion is the legislated requirement to advertise for the preliminary revisions to the preliminary electors list, it does not preclude any additional stuff to this. You just must do this one.
Okay. Further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you very much.
So should there be a motion put forward on how we're going to advertise more, or will that be a discussion at a later date?
That will come later, but there is a second motion that has to be made on this RFP as well.
Oh, that's right. Could you do part two, if you would, Deputy Warden?
Part 2. Oh, the municipal council approved the deadline date of Friday, August 21st, 2020 for public requests to make revisions to the primarily electors list.
Second for that motion. Second by Councillor Henning. Discussion on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you.
Our next is dangerous and unsightly. Request for decision, dangerous and unsightly, authorize administrator of dangerous and unsightly premises to call tender to remove the dilapidated outbuilding, remove debris from the property, and demolish the residence.
Second for the motion. Seconded by Councillor Gunn. Discussion on the motion. Actually, before we do discussion, we've all, I'm sure, read the background information that accompanies this. Is there anything else that you'd like to direct our attention to, Cheryl?
I think the only thing that certainly is of concern is to the neighborhood, because even though this place has been boarded up several times, people continue to enter the building, which has made the neighbors very concerned and nervous. There apparently has been some unwanted activity that takes place inside this home. It is in the condition that it's in.
Thank you. Deputy Warden.
No, and I agree with parts of this motion. The building outside that is fallen down, and the stuff around the yard. But, and I mean, no offense to anybody, but I don't ever recall us going in and taking pictures of inside of people's property. And my understanding is with dangerous and unsightly, is it what is visibly seen from the road?
Not in all cases. In this instance, because it is unhealthy. Those pictures were taken from the doorway. He was able to take pictures, like because the rooms are visible from the doorway because it was wide open again. I mean, certainly it is council's decision. We can try to board the place up again and hope that we don't allow anybody to get into this. It means we will be going back to the property on a regular basis to continue to reboard this building.
So do we not have a contact to get a hold of about the premises?
No. Since the gentleman passed away almost 2 years ago, I have been trying to find a family member who is able to give us some assistance on this. I know he has children. They want nothing to do with the property, and we can't find them. There are some siblings that I have been told were probably the executors. They're in Ontario, and they refuse to contact me.
Further discussion. Councillor LeBlanc.
I don't have a lot of options.
So basically, looking at this, there would be a cost if we demolish the building itself, the home itself.
Absolutely. There will be a cost no matter what we do. In order to board the structure up, we would have to call a tender. Even if we didn't demolish it, we just boarded it up. We still have to call a tender. We have to have someone supply the boards, do the work, plus clean up the property. One way or the other, just be warned, there is going to be a cost. We can apply it against the property as we do with all UPs, but the recovery of that expense, I can't tell you whether or not if it ends up going to tax sale, whether you recover the funds whichever way we go.
Councillor Fowler.
Cheryl just answered the question.
Thank you. Councillor Sheridan and then Councillor LeBlanc afterwards.
I didn't catch that. Was it me?
Councillor Sheridan and then Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. No, I was just going to ask about the tax sale. Like, are we allowed to take down a building where, can somebody come back on us so many years down the road because we did demolish a building? Like, or
no. Under the Municipal Government Act, if the decision is made based on the administrators providing the whole with the information, you can't come back after the municipality for that. Whether we take the property and sell it on them or whether we remove it from the land, it's covered under the same regulation.
Okay, because I was just with the understanding that if it's in a tax sale, we have to hold on to that money for, was it 12 years or something? So this is where I was, it's kind of a gray area for me because I'm not 100% sure, like if we're doing the right thing by ripping it down, I guess, instead of sending it off to a tax sale.
I would expect you won't recover in selling the property what the cost is to remedy the property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. So basically what you're saying, if the property would go on the tax sale, it would be the amount that was the cost to dismembering all this stuff.
Plus outstanding taxes.
Plus the outstanding taxes. All right. So at this time, though, I don't know that we should incur, well, I mean, there's some stuff to be cleaned up, obviously, things that are broken down or ready to fall out or whatever, and a vehicle that's there that if it's not looked after, you could have oil or gas or whatever.
The vehicle has been stripped clean inside. Engine and everything is gone.
It's not going anywhere.
Anything further, Councillor LeBlanc?
Well, yeah. I don't know if we should demolish the building at this particular time that we don't have the 3 years in. I know the other ones, the outbuildings there that I can see that, but I'm not quite sure what to think about demolishing the building itself. I mean, there's a lot of mold in it. It doesn't mean that it can't be repaired. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Gunn.
Yeah, looking at this little, I really don't see a lot of choice. I mean, the place probably could, if somebody was really dedicated, be safe. But if the family's not, stepping up to take care of it, then what choice have we if they're in Ontario but to demolish it? We can't leave it that way because of public safety. You're going to have kids in there that don't like this, but juicing it up, whatever word you want to put on it, because it's an open building and they can get out of sight. So it's got to go in my mind. If it's moldy, what else are you going to do with it? You just can't leave it open. And if we're going to put money into it to make people so they can't access it, well, that only works for a while because sheet of plywood can be ripped off as easily as it's put on. So I believe in that it should be gone and the place go up for tax still. Thank you.
Councillor Crouch.
Thank you. I'm in agreement with Councillor Gunn. I mean, I can only imagine what life would be like living next door to this property. I think staff has done a great job trying to track somebody down. The pictures are self-explanatory. And as Councillor Gunn has said, you're not going to be able to keep anyone out of there indefinitely, I suspect. I mean, they've tried to steal the lawnmower. I suspect would we be liable if someone was in there and for whatever reason was hurt doing something or somehow caused an injury. I mean, if we looked at this and said we could dismantle it and we didn't, I think, as Michael has said, it's time. If it was next door to me, I would be really ticked off if it wasn't looked at.
Thank you, Councillor Prout. Yeah, I'm of the same mind as Councillors Gunn and Prout. The old saw of the definition of insanity being doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. We've boarded this up as a mechanism to try to ensure public safety more than once. And each time people have managed to re-access the building, which means we have not been successful in protecting the public. Now, we've been fortunate that as far as we know, no one's been injured as a consequence of access to that building. But we've attempted to block them. It's not worked. I don't think it makes sense to keep throwing good money after bad with a system that isn't effective. I think we have to take something just more decisive action at this point. Councillor Henry.
I strongly support taking it down as well. I think that's the only remedy. And I just want to thank Cheryl for doing what she does. Cheryl, it's a very dangerous and unsightly job that you do, and you do it well.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Councillor McDonald.
I may have missed it. I can't see it. Are they delinquent, whoever it is, in municipal taxes for the last 2 years?
Cheryl?
My understanding is the previous year was paid. I don't believe this year because the bank account was emptied. Therefore, there is nowhere for them to receive payment. It was on a schedule and it's not being
It was
paid.
on an auto debit thing kind of thing. And he passed away December 2018 and nothing's been paid since. It's almost 2 years. It's not quite 3 next spring though, is it? Next February. Okay, thanks.
Carolyn, you wanted to contribute?
Yeah, I just want to remind committee that the governing body for the administrator. So your motion today directs her today. It is not a recommendation to council. Cheryl, is that correct?
That's correct. Committee of the whole is the majority.
Just so you're not expecting it to come up next week.
Thank you for that clarification, Carolyn. That's appreciated. If there's nothing further, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay, recorded.
Okay, so we have.
How many nays is that?
Voting, please keep your hands in the air for a moment. 1, 2, 3 nays. 3 nays. 4 nays. Okay, and the deputy warden has asked for her vote to be recorded.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, let's the motion's carried. Let's go on now to H, which is suspending committee meetings in August. Before we do this, we do already have a resolution of council to suspend committee meetings as per the province's directive. Does that make this redundant?
It's because committee of the whole is also a committee, and you're conducting a committee of the whole.
Okay, all right. Deputy Warden?
That municipal council suspend all regular committee meetings for the month of August, with it being noted that this does not include municipal council, nor does it prohibit the holding of a special meeting of council in accordance with the province state of emergency if it is still in place.
Seconder for the motion. Seconded by Councillor Sheridan. Discussion. Deputy Warden and Count.
Well, and I kind of thought along the lines of we already have that in place that we're not attending meetings. And my own opinion is, I mean, we could get some extra things done if we had our committee of the whole in August. And to me, I think we should be working on space to get back in council, and I will not support this motion because I feel that we have a lot of things to get caught up on, and we could do it at that committee of the whole.
Okay, Councillor Gunn.
Thank you. And I agree with Councillor Roberts. I think we've had a lot of time off this year, and there's a lot of jobs that are sort of getting put on the side. And I believe that, council should really get back to counseling. Thank you. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Fowler?
I believe Martha's right, and I think I'll not support this motion.
Okay. Further discussion, Councillor Sheridan? And you're muted, Councillor Sheridan.
I agree as well. I mean, we have all had some time off, and we still have to do it via Zoom. So I don't have a problem meeting with the committee of the whole meeting in August.
Anything further? All in favor of the motions? Councillor McDonald?
sorry, Mr. Warden, but this is my this is what, my fourth time on this topic. So I was under the understanding that it provides by avoiding a lot of committee meetings, it provides an opportunity for staff to get their annual vacation. Is that correct? It's not so much about us. How can we, if we were to keep a committee of the whole meeting, how would that affect that staff? Would it be negative, or would it be okay?
John, you want to respond to that?
It's very much taken into consideration, in particular in Carolyn's office, that the amount of preparation time for the committee of the whole and then the council meeting makes it difficult for her to get ready and take some time. It affects her department, but all of the activity also affects every other department because everybody else has to get everything into Carolyn by a certain time period. So people sort of manage their vacations around that time of year. And I believe that's really why it was put in place, but Carolyn can speak to the history of it. It's not uncommon for that to occur in municipalities. I've seen it in others. You may want to comment on it, Carolyn.
Carolyn?
This has been, I've been here for 24 years and it's been going on at least that long. And the CAO is correct. It allows both counselors and staff persons to book time off that they know there won't be a meeting when there normally would be. I know my department is strapped in by meetings. We're bookended from one to the other, from preparing for the first one to following up from the last one. So having no committee meeting at the beginning of August allows people in my department and people who are supplying information for the agenda package to bank some of that time off and have actual time off in the summer.
Okay, so I have a follow-up, Mr. Warden, if that's okay. But let's say we eliminate committee of the whole for the month of August, along with other committee meetings. That doesn't take away. We could still have a special council meeting if we desire, or a workshop or something along that line. Would that involve? Would that interfere with the staff's annual break in the same manner, or would it lessen the impact?
So you would still have council, and yes, you have every right to call a special session of council. If I were away, say where I go on the Eastern Shore where there's no internet,
yes,
someone else would have to pick that up and provide the support for that. Yeah.
And we have alternates in place, 2 or 3 other people that may be around, or?
There are 2 people in your municipality that can take the type of minutes that are taken at these meetings.
Okay, and that's if it's a special council. If it's a workshop, minutes aren't necessarily required.
I don't think you would book a workshop under this.
And
it says it doesn't include council or prohibit special meetings of council.
And just further to Councillor McDonald's question, normally if we hold a special meeting, it's to address one specific issue.
Yeah.
So a lot of the workload that fall on staff in order to prepare for these meetings has to do with the number of items that are on this, because there's items that come in from virtually every department. If we held a special meeting, it wouldn't. I don't believe it would cause the same sort of staffing burden that actually the whole meeting would cause.
That's right.
Okay, I think I'm okay with a special council meeting and allow, as they've done for the last 2 or 3 decades, to take their vacation. That's where I stand.
Thank you. I've got Councillors LeBlanc and Hemming, and I think Wanda would like to interject as well. I'll go to Wanda first, if that's all right, Councillor LeBlanc. Thank you. Councillor Wanda.
As the second support person, I think if there were time off and Carolyn was on the Eastern Shore and I was somewhere, I don't know who would pick up if you had a special meeting. If we're allowing staff time off, who would do that? I know that a special meeting doesn't require the same preparation, but you still need a staff person for that. So that would eliminate, if Carolyn was away, that eliminates me taking time during that time period in case you needed to have a special meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Wanda. Councillor LeBlanc.
Well, everything was said in a nutshell. The fact is that it's been going on for how many decades and nothing has, because of those reasons. And if you look around anywhere else around us or even further away, they seem to all take August off. That is, they have their one meeting and that is it, so that they can let their workers work or play, not work, or relax. So I don't know that we, at this time, after decades of doing this, I don't know that we should specifically change it unless we absolutely need to, and special counsel can be called. If we need to call a special counsel, I'm sure we can, we can do that. So I don't want to have our hardworking people, and they've done all this work so far and during COVID and everything, and way above and beyond. I don't think that I'd want to change that just for, we're not making that much of a change that we do. We're making, it's going to be worse if we change it because they don't have their time to clear their heads and relax. That's what I'm going to say to that. Thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Hemming.
Yeah. I've supported this for 8 years. I'm going to support it now. And I do this because of staff. And if there's ever a time that staff needs time off, this has been the most stressful time. This is, in a sense, my little gift to council or to staff to be able to take this time off and plan around it. So I'm going to support this, and I would encourage us to do that as well.
All right. Councillor Sheridan.
I just want to thank council or the staff for their input, because I do appreciate the walkthrough and how it works. And I'm backtracking because we're all sitting home day after day and doing our thing from home, not realizing where you guys are. So I'm going to support your time off. I think it's much deserved, and yeah, you deserve a break. Thank you.
Councillor Fowler, and then Councillor Proud.
Now that it's been explained, I'm going to support.
Thank you, Councillor Fowler. Councillor Proud.
Thank you. One of the real joys of being on council since January has been the support and hard work that I see. First, being in council meetings, the staff that's there, have a question, pick up the phone and call somebody. It's been a delight. It's certainly been a great support for me as a new councillor, and I will be supporting this.
All right.
Thank you for all the staff.
Nothing further then. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
They're
Two
recorded.
Opposed, and the deputy warden has asked for hers to be recorded. Thank you very much.
Gun as well, please.
Councillor Gunn would like his recorded as well. Thank you very much. The motion is carried. Let's go on to the next, which is Tupperville Community Hall Association grant application.
I move that Committee of the Whole recommends to Council to approve a grant in the amount of $1,200 from the 2020-21 Community Halls and Centers Assistance Program to the Tupperville Community Hall Association to assist with the installation of 4 new windows and repair of the wall for the community hall in accordance with AM-1.4.9 community grants policy.
Seconded by Councillor Fowler. Discussion on the motion. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much.
Round Hill Hall Company Grant Application. Committee of the Whole recommends to Council to approve a grant in the amount of $2,400 from the 2020-21 Community Halls and Centers Assistance Program to the Round Hill Hall Company to assist with several upgrades and renovations to the hall, EI, oil tank, roof, insulation, and door replacement in accordance with AM-1.4.9 community grants policy.
Seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. Discussion on the motion. All in favor of Councillor Gunn.
Thank you. Listen, I got to come back to the halls for a second. because there, year after year, I hear a lot of halls, the same halls, come up into these motions, and we're giving grants. And not that I begrudge them, if they're, if they're eligible, then give them the grant, I suppose. But it's the same hall. The years, now this hall we're just talking about here in Round Hill, Company Hall, that's been getting grants every year. Is there a limit to how many grants or how many years in succession you can put in for grants? Because it runs into the same halls year in, year out. There's a lot of halls that, don't come and ask for grants. They try to do it on their own. So at some point, don't we have to take all the halls in consideration and make them a line item? If you're a hall in this community, you get X amount of dollars, and go through. Because it seems to me in a lot of cases, year after year, that the same halls are getting the same grants year in, year out, and a lot of halls aren't. So it becomes a matter of, and I hate to bring the word up again, but equity, in service delivery and a lot. We got to look at it. If we want to be able to support all, over time, then we have to start looking at how often halls are eligible for these grants. It's just something I believe we have to do. Otherwise, it's going to become very unaffordable for us to keep supporting all these halls. And, some halls, I've seen it gone down, they've, so they'll ask for, we need $600, we need $700. And that's what they ask for, what they actually need. And then a lot of halls I look at year in, year out, and I could go back to the correspondence we have, and it's always the maximum every year. They're asking for the maximum every year. And I don't think it's quite fair the way we're dealing about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gunn. The Community Hall Grant Program is a reactive program. That is, it's application driven, and usually the applications are they are in response to a particular need which has emerged in those halls. Like for the round, we knew from last fall that the Round Hill Hall, for instance, had an issue with their oil tank because somebody actually broke in and managed to steal all the oil from it, and we had an emergency need there last winter. If we were to make supporting community halls a line item, we'd have to decide on an amount that we could manage to replace this program. Suddenly we would have a proactive program policy in place of a reactive application-driven policy. And it could potentially be fairly expensive, but at the same time, there are halls that don't require any assistance on certain years. Sometimes there's different notions about how you treat people equally. And some has been, and those of you who have taught will be really familiar with some of the different models. Equality of treatment versus equality of outcome. And if equality of outcome is your objective, then you want to have, your goal is to have all the halls functioning well with decent equipment. And then so that means that if something breaks, the way you make things equal is you fix whatever it is that's broken. If somebody has something that's broken and somebody has something else and it's not broken at all, but you give them both equal amount of money, you're doing equality of treatment. But you're giving somebody money they didn't need, and perhaps the need that was over here was actually larger and you weren't able to address it because you gave some of the money away. My personal feeling is that an application-driven process just makes more sense. The halls are all eligible for funding. The policy has defined parameters. Any hall that requires assistance can apply, and they can apply in accordance with the policy. So if there's some that aren't availing themselves of grants, certainly area councillors can make sure they're aware there is a grant system in place, but I'm fairly certain that most of them are already quite aware of that. But I would be hesitant to replace this kind of an application-driven program with a policy that commits us to an annual expenditure that may not actually be necessary in some cases. That's just my feeling on it.
To hear that wording, that extra fee.
This is Deb Ryan, can I make a couple comments on the community halls?
Yeah, I'm just going to bring in Councillor Hemming first, if that's all right, Deb, and then I'll come right to you.
Sure.
Councillor Hemming?
Sure.
Well, I just applaud community halls that apply as often as possible for the maximum amount of money. that's the way to, if a hall is well run, well managed, well taken care of, they apply for these funds. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to put generators in these halls if the roof's leaking. This is one grant program to keep these halls up and running and in good working order. The ones that are well managed apply for these grants. They know them, and everyone has a right to apply for these. I try and stress to people that run these halls to apply for the max and keep them in good repair. It saves money in the long run. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Deborah, then back to Councillor Gunn. Deborah?
Yeah, I just want to point out our community halls are, they go in rotation, I'll say, over the years. In the last 30 years that I've experienced it, some community halls are very organized and they'll put in, they'll have a 3-year plan, which we encourage. And we tell them that you can continue to fly until you're able to get up and get all your repairs done. We do limit the community halls to a grant of either $1,500 or $2,400 per their size. So it does limit what they can do in a given year in their finances, because this only includes capital improvements. It doesn't include their annual operating. In any given year, insurance goes up, the oil bill costs go up, and so does Nova Scotia Power. So a lot of them are still struggling. They don't have a lot of extra money to do a lot of things, but they do count on this program, and they do take that initiative. So I think it's a good program. At some point in time, I know one community hall group sort of said, "Will it ever increase?" Because it's been at 15 and 24 for a very long time. So you may want to consider that down the road because they are very valuable, and we want to keep as many as we can. So that's just wanted to give you an update.
Thank you. Councillor Gunn and the Deputy Warden.
Thank you very much. Now listen, I have encouraged a lot of the halls in my district, in my district, to apply for grants and say, well, you should be able to get a grant from the county, and this is a lot of them. They say, no, if we need a little bit of money, we'll ask them for it if we need it. But we do very well, and we look to do things ourselves. Well, I really commend them for that. Not all halls are that. A lot of them will, and it's like people. The money's there. I want it. We want it. We want it all. Everything we can get, because that saves money on their team. I'm not saying all are that way, but there certainly appears to be a lot of them that just go for the maximum each time that they request. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Warden.
And the program that we have, it is a good program. And is it not $1,200 and $2,400?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay. No, I just wanted to get that straight because you said 1,500 twice.
I did. I did. I'll have, yeah.
Yeah. No, I just
Nancy
wanted that clear.
Yeah, Nancy deals with the program, so she has those at her fingertips. So.
Yeah, no, I just didn't want, because this was on camera, for people to start calling in and saying, what? No, and it is a good program. And I mean, with the situation we're in right now and all the halls lacking in trying to fundraise and to keep the money flowing to keep their hall up to date and their bills paid, and I've often thought that maybe at our review in the 3rd month that, if there's money left, we should consider giving a little bit to each community hall like we did each food bank, because they are struggling, and this winter they're going to struggle harder. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the motions before us. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. 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 Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much. Let's go on to our next one. So the next one is the Hampton Lighthouse and Historical Society.
It's a recommendation from Committee of the Whole to Council to approve a grant in the amount of $943 from the Marketing and Promotion and Partnership Programs to the Hampton Lighthouse and Historical Society to assist with the cost of maintaining a portable toilet for the Hampton Beach area throughout the summer months in accordance with AM-1.4.9 Community Grants Policy.
Seconded by Councillor Fowler. Discussion of the motion. Deputy Warden.
So if council puts a portable toilet over there, what is the protocol on cleanliness and up to the provincial standards that are with us right now?
I'm not certain. Who can speak to that? Deborah?
Well, one of the things that we'll encourage with the grant is that they have to follow all protocols with COVID-19, and that is when daily checks and daily just cleaning. So their community is really close, so they'll be able to do that daily. And most servicing, like the ones we have, it's weekly, so it works well. So
okay, no,
this is council is not placing this toilet though. The community.
No, we're not ordering it. No.
Well, I just wanted to point out that I was out for a drive on Sunday and I did go down and the portable toilet is there. And there were several tourists there. They were just walking around the beach. So it was good to see and nice to see people out. So I just wanted to point that out, that the toilet is there and it probably is being used.
All right, thank you. All right, for the discussion, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Thanks very much. Margarettsville Community Hall.
Recommendation to council to approve a grant in the amount of $2,400 from the Community Halls and Centers Assistance Program to the Margarettsville Community Hall Society for several upgrades and renovations to the hall and grounds, roof repair, new tables and chairs, landscaping, fencing, and replacing the flagpole in accordance with AM-1.4.9 Community Grants Policy.
Seconded by Councilor McDonald. Discussion on the motion. Councilor Gunn.
I got to apologize for being a bit of a stickler here. Now, I was involved with a community group a few years ago, and we did new tables and chairs, but the community group fundraised and bought them. And I'm just wondering if isn't kind of a typo in here that we would be buying new tables and chairs for a hall. Well, I don't have a problem with roof repair, landscaping, fencing, and replacing flagpoles. But I think when it comes to buying new tables and chairs, most community groups that I've ever been involved with have taken that on their own. And if we're going to supply for one, are we going to now start supplying for every other community hall that wants new tables and chairs? So I just want to clarify.
Is replacing chairs and tables in line with the terms of our current policy?
Yes, it is. As far as we know, we have offered that in the past to people because some of them are very old and people can't, when you get older, you can't sit in them. So what they have is upgraded and we have supported those in the past. Not all community groups are, some are resourceful, they get others donated and others just need to replace completely. And one of the things about those old tables is that a lot of them, they're really heavy. They're what we call clunkers. They're hard to carry. So a lot of them want the easy ones. They're easy to clean. They're easy to lift. They're easy to set up and take down without crunching your fingers. So that's usually what happens. And they want comfortable chairs.
Just to clarify, that's in our policy then.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Part of our policy that will help replace tables and chairs.
Under this grants program, yes.
That grant. Thank you.
It includes equipment, which would include tables and chairs. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Deputy Warden.
So I just wanted to point out that they were in this information that they were applying for a large capital pledge grant. So, and I know we have a community halls program. So does that eliminate all community halls from applying for a capital grant?
As far as we know right now, yes, unless you tell us different, but that's how we applied it.
So in other words, you're saying it would be a council decision on whether we supported a capital grant for a community hall or not?
To my understanding and talking to Nancy, we haven't supported that in the past, and we haven't had any, we might have had one other request. And so we've accepted any grants under the, we could, as far as the policy goes and how we deal with it, we have only dealt with the community halls. Any funding for capital dealt under either the 1,200 or 24. So yes.
Okay, no, and I hadn't seen one of these before either, and I was just asking, my thoughts were whether they were allowed the opportunity to apply for capital grants or not.
We haven't received them in the past, is my understanding.
This is a hall.
If we open it up to one, we have to open it to all.
Oh no, and I understand that.
Yeah, and that was just our interpretation. So, and that's how we've applied it across the board for the last 20 years. So.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Oh, Dawn, you wanted to interject? You're muted, Dawn. You're muted, Dawn.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
It says under the policy, only one application will be entertained under that particular policy per year. So the two categories that Deborah is talking about, they have followed the policy in the past in that they only approve one grant to an organization per year in accordance with that policy.
Okay.
So
they could apply to two under two different policies.
And our entire grant program is under that policy with a few exceptions like harbors and wharves.
Okay.
The other one is community contributions, the ones that are regularly given every year without having to make application. You can always change your policy, but if you want to do it differently, you should change your policy before you start doing it differently.
Right.
Okay. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion's carried. Thanks very much. All right, let's go on to the next. The next one is RFD for an LUE text amendment for the Upper Clements area. Deputy Ward.
Okay. My half of mine I just came across is upside down.
So is mine.
It is.
Okay. The Committee of the Whole recommend to Council to amend Part 3 of Upper Clements Area Municipal Planning Strategy to
reorient.
I'm trying to read it upside down.
I've got it right side up if you want to handle this one.
Would you like
You go ahead.
Thank you.
Very good. I'll just do the one.
Okay.
The Committee of the Whole recommend to Municipal Council to amend Part 3 of the Upper Clements Area Municipal Planning Strategy to reorient the focus of the park designation from commercial recreation to broader combined commercial and institutional uses, and to concurrently amend Part 12.1 of the Upper Clements Area Land Use Bylaw to add private and independent schools as permitted use in the commercial park C1 zone, and to adopt a public participation process involving the application referral to UCAAC and the PAC for their review and recommendation after holding a public meeting in the community.
Thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. That seems fairly self-explanatory. Albert, is there any further detail that you'd like to give us?
The main thing with this one is it sets the stage. Private schools, independent schools are not listed as a permitted use there. What this does is start a process because council can amend the land use bylaw on their own motion. But what this does is has a motion in place. So when we're allowed to open up again and to have public meetings like a PAC and the Upper Clemens Area Advisory, we already have a motion on the table and I can at that point in time. So this is setting the stage for things. The way it works in the Municipal Government Act essentially says is that there's a time period. If council doesn't hold a public hearing within a certain period of time, the application is rejected. That's what we're kind of hoping, that the province will start opening us up to hold public meetings again. This one just prevents us or gets the motion on the table now, so we don't have to come back later and ask again. So it's just to get ahead of the game, that's all.
Fair enough. All right, Deputy Warden.
So this doesn't really approve anything without a public meeting, or does this approve to go forward to change the zones without a public meeting? I'm kind of confused.
Here's the process. Go ahead, Albert.
Plain and simple fact is the way the planning rules are in the province, you cannot make motions to change your municipal plan and land use bylaws without those public inputs. We're simply not allowed to do that. This is simply a motion that would start an amendment process. An amendment happens by council's motion to amend its own bylaw, or you receive an application from somebody outside. This is council making a motion themselves. But it is dependent, if you look at the last one, and includes referral to the Upper Clemens Area Advisory and to the PAC for their review and recommendation after holding a public meeting. So that's all you're doing is taking an application from yourselves to consider a process to amend the bylaw after public consultation.
That clarify, Deputy Warden?
Yeah.
Yeah, that public process is mandated by legislation, so we would never, there's no way around it. You have to do that. So this just gets us to the point where we can start that process. Councillor Hammond.
I'm going to support this, but I have to say that I commend the Deputy Warden for the courage to attempt to read something upside down. I tell you that.
All right. All in favor of the motion signify.
No.
Councillor Gunn, sorry, my apologies. Councillor Gunn.
Thank you. Make sure I'm unmuted. Yes, thank you. I won't be supporting this motion, not until council gets a report about how the school will move forward and details about the contract and sale of the property is made public. So I can't support anything with this until that point is made and we know where we're moving and the details about what kind of a deal we're getting into over the school. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gunn. Further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 2 opposed. Motion's carried. Thank you very much.
Recorded, please.
Deputy Warden would like hers recorded.
And recorded, please.
And so would Councillor Gunn. Thanks very much. All right. Let's continue with setting a date for special council for the swearing in of new councillors.
Municipal council must choose a date for the swearing in of new council. Suggested dates are Tuesday, November the 3rd, 2020, or Tuesday, November the 10th, 2020, prior to regular committee of the whole that same day.
Okay, so before we can actually have you make the motion and have it seconded, we need to pick the date. My feeling would be that prior to the regular committee of the whole is the easiest thing. It's easier for staff. It means we don't have to organize a whole separate meeting. So that would be my suggestion. But how do other councillors feel about that?
Third.
Our vote, just by show of hands, who's all right with the 10th?
Is that the one for committee of the whole?
That's the one
Yes.
for committee of the whole. All right. And who would prefer instead the previous week? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I think the 10th has it in that case. So Deputy Warden, would you mind making the motion with the November 10th inserted in the motion?
Okay, municipal council, Committee of the Whole recommends to Municipal Council November the 10th, 2020 for a date set for the swearing in of new councilors.
Seconder for the motion. Seconded by Councillor Sheridan. Discussion on the motion. All in favor of the Deputy Warden.
No, and I felt the week before, because I know we used to do it before our Committee of the Whole, and I just felt it was very nice to just have a swearing in of the counselors and family members and stuff used to come, and we just got a chance to kind of talk to each other before the Committee of the Whole and get to know each other and introduce ourselves. And I just found that that was a nice time to meet our new counselors without running right into a meeting.
Understood. Thank you, Deputy Warden. Councillor Sheridan.
So would this be pending if everything went back to normal? Because during COVID, we may not even be meeting again, or, you know, there could be circumstances that we wouldn't be able to do. How would we do it, I guess?
If we did a swearing in before the social ice, we would do it with a meeting exactly like this one.
Okay.
So we'd be convening our Committee of the Whole through Zoom.
So it would continue like this. We'd be doing the swearing in through Zoom.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
And do you know what I'm going to do this time? I'm sorry. I'm actually going to go through district by district because this is split. District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Sure. Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4 is absent. District 5.
Yes. Yes.
District 6 is absent. District 7 is aye. District 8. Councillor Gunn? Oh, you're muted, sir. Aye or nay?
Aye.
Aye. District 9.
Aye.
District 10.
Nay, recorded.
Thank you. District 11.
Aye.
All right, motion's carried. Thank you very much. Let's go on now to progress payment policy amendment.
A 7 days notice be given for Municipal Council to amend AM-6.1.1 progress repayments policy as follows. Replace Mainland Telecom with Eagle Telecom throughout, deleting all references to internet payable, and renumbering as appropriate.
I think that's
Interesting.
just to make sure that's clear. Seconder for the motion.
What did?
Seconder for the motion. Seconded by Councillor McDonald. Thank you. Discussion on the motion. So this is simply a text change in order to make it current. All right. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Nay.
Okay.
Recorded, please.
Opposed? And you like those recorded? Motion's carried. Thank you. Let's proceed to community contribution policy amendment.
A 7 days notice being given for Municipal Council to amend AM-1.4.11 community contributions policy by changing the amount granted to the Annapolis County Barristers Association Lovett Library from $2,460 to $500.
Seconded by Councillor Fowler. Discussion on the motion. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Citizen appointment.
7 days notice being given to Municipal Council to approve AM-1.3.4 citizens appointments to committee policy as circulated.
Seconder of the motion. Seconded by Councillor Hemming. Discussion on the motion. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. And we are on to departmental reports. Thank you very much, Deputy Warden.
Thank you.
We'll start off. We've got our community development report, which is on page 59 of your package. Could I have a motion to accept that report for information? Moved by Councillor Fowler and seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. And questions or comments about the report? Councillor LeBlanc.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say those summer solstice walk videos are exceptional. I loved them, loved every one of them. And just keep doing what you're doing. It works well. The wreck in the house also is very interesting, and I enjoy that. The Canada Proud contest, that was an excellent idea. All of these during these times have been, to me, a bonus to our county in one way or another. That doesn't mean you have to connect every single person. As many as needed that needed to go out, went and enjoyed themselves. I do have a question, so kudos to all of you, Deborah and your team and everybody on council that are the workers that have worked towards all of this. Ravenhaven, how's it working out at Ravenhaven, being only open from days? Like, is it like Tuesdays? It's not every single day, but I wondered how is it working out and how are the people enjoying it?
Deborah, could
Well, it's open Wednesday to Sunday from 11 to 7, and it seems to work out fine. There are people that on Monday and Tuesdays, if it's sunny, they do park on the road and they do walk down to the beach and go for a swim. They tend to be local folks that are just here for a short period of time, but it is. But there, you don't get a huge amount on Monday, Tuesday. But so Wednesday to Saturday looks like it's going really well. The site supervisor, Pam Paul, gives us updates each day, and people really, they do miss the ice cream. It seems to be the biggest one, and as long as they can access their boats to the site, they seem to be happy at this point in time. There are some people that would miss the campground, and that by far gets the most inquiries for sure. So that's a quick summary of it. So,
thank you.
Deputy Warden.
So our site supervisor, are they there all the time? Like, do they stay there all night?
yes, they do security too. So they're there from they're overnight from Wednesday to Sunday. So they get Monday off. So they leave Sunday night and they have all day Monday off and all day Tuesday. So, but between Wednesday and Sunday, they're there. And then our usually Public Works is out there Monday, Tuesday. And so it works out fine.
Councillor Gunn.
Thank you. I guess for Albert, how are we doing on our countywide planning? Is that something that we're going to have to hire additional staff for this fall? Is that the idea, or is that we heard back from the government and they say they're going to forego that?
That's a different topic right now, Councillor Gunn. Perhaps.
I'm sorry, it's in community development.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss it? Where was it?
Well, it's in number 1B.
Oh,
not planning.
Yeah. Sorry, go right ahead.
Oh, sorry. Did Albert get the question?
I've got a lawnmower going back and forth underneath my window here, so everybody's fading out. Go ahead, Councillor Gunn. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. Well, what I'd like to talk to Albert, or Albert through you or somebody in planning, about with this countywide planning. Is that still going ahead? Have we heard back from the government yet? Have they, given us a year extension on this or what? Because that is 21. We're supposed to have that ready by. Thank you.
We did have a report that came back from the province. I believe I brought it to council back in either May or in June. No, it must have been June, in which the province has indicated they're intending to provide additional time.
I hadn't heard that.
Oh no, that was the accessibility program. However, I'm fairly confident.
That's why I would ask Albert.
Same will apply here. John, have you heard anything further about that?
Not directly, no, but I would assume where that would require public meetings that they will have to provide some extra time for it. We made no decisions on staffing, although I think we're going to receive quite a bit of pressure resulting from that work that'll need to be done, and we'll have to take a look at it that time period. We've not been given anything specific. Albert keeps in touch with them. He may have further information. But that's all I have at this time.
Okay. Well, we'll have to touch base with Albert and see if there's any further information for you, Councillor Gunn. Okay. Further questions on the report?
Just one question.
Councillor LeBlanc?
Are we still rolling out a team of workers to go clean and And the parks that we own, from debris and the walks where they walk and everything. I don't know who that
With Steve.
There's Steve.
You're muted, sir.
Yeah, yes, we do. We try to get out there at least once a week with a crew of 2. When time let's just been a little bit tied up with getting ready to have it open and getting our first and second cuts done at the sports hub. But that's our goal, is to get out there at least once a week with a crew of 2.
It's for you're saying every park that we own is going to be looked at least once a week to see if there's any cleaning to be done. Yes? I can't hear you. I say yes.
That's correct.
Further questions, folks? Not all in favor of the motion to receive the report, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Next, we have Protective Services. We have a motion to receive that report. Moved by Councilor Duval, seconded by Councilor Prout. Any questions about the report?
New animal facility?
Councilor Duval?
The new animal facility. How's that working out? I see that there's a few little things, but good. It's open, working.
I'd like to address that. Cheryl?
Probably.
Yes, staff are quite pleased with it. It's going well. As I said, there are some operational things we're still working out, but it's fine. SPCA has made a visit with their last pickup of animals, and they are very pleased with the condition as opposed to the previous pound.
I hope so.
All right.
Excellent. And maybe sometimes we can have a view of this new animal facility.
Yes, perhaps. I've got Councilor Gunn. Deputy Warden, was that a fly swatter, or were you asking to speak? Fly swatter. Okay. Councilor Gunn, go right ahead. Councilor Gunn?
Oh, thank you. So what was the final cost on it? I know we started at $190,000 when we bought the property. Is there any final cost as to what that ran to?
Steve, perhaps you can answer for us?
I don't have that number in front of me, but I can have it for council next week.
Thank you.
Okay, terrific. Anything further? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you so much. And next, municipal services for June. A motion to receive the report, please. Moved by Councillor Fowler and seconded by Councillor Hemming. Any questions about the report? Deputy Warden? Deputy Warden, and then Councillor McDonald.
On the pool at the Basin View, how are we making out with that?
Steve? You're muted, Steve.
Pardon me. The contractor is there on the 20th to begin the assessment of the structure of the pool. And that'll probably take 3 to 5 days. And then they'll have to produce the report for us and any kind of recommendations of what their findings are.
Okay, Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mr. Warden, to Mr. McGinnis, Margarettsville Water. Steve, some time ago, that the land that the source water from Margarettsville was I believe put up for sale. Do you know if it was sold before we managed to get our hands on the portion we need?
I don't know if it was sold. We undertook an appraisal of the property, and I got that. I think I got it last week, and I just need to review it with the CAO. We did an appraisal on those pieces of property and on the school in Bridgetown, because as council members, they wanted us to list that through MLS.
Very good. So it sounds like it looks promising. Thank you very much for working on that, Mr. McGinnis.
Thank you. Any further questions to report, folks?
Right here.
Councilor Gunn?
Thank you. I hope I'm muted or not muted. So on waste management, this hotline, waste management hotline activity, I actually had to make a report today on and ask the question who to get a hold of. And apparently there's a waste hotline number we have now. Is that right on our website?
It is.
That's how we handle complaints now, is through the web.
That's correct.
Hotline. And so, yeah, okay, so that's good.
It's actually been in place for several months.
Oh,
It's on the calendar.
yeah, and the other thing is when at the transfer station, are we still, and John, you might want to go answer that in camera or something, but are we still operating under Albert's permit, which is revoked? Or are we still just, you probably answer that.
That's a topic that really should be discussed in camera.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it alone for now. Thank you.
All right, further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Oh, Steve, I'm sorry, Stephen, I knew you wanted to speak.
I just wanted to bring up a couple of points. One, I just wanted to get back to council on the 23rd at 10 a.m. is the confirmed date for the Basin View presentation. The parks, you'll notice the note on parks and trails. We didn't have a hairy June, but we had a very wet June. There's a typo there, I apologize. And it's been very busy with projects and the undertaking of the sports hub. I know it was an unusually dry June, but we spent a lot of time watering. And since then, we've had 2 or 3 good rains, and it's really greened up the entire site. And I just wanted to pass on to council that the staff have worked very hard to keep that facility greened up and mowed.
That's a Bridgetown.
Further discussion?
Yes.
Oh, Councillor Gunn?
I'm sorry, and I had planned to bring this up earlier. With the sports hub and the lack of washrooms there, did we ever get any movement from the government on that?
Have you heard anything further, Steve?
Only that we know that the sports hub, the field house, which was intended in the original part of the plan, was presented early on in the project prior to construction, and it came in, I believe, at a cost of $256,000, and it was eliminated from the construction due to budget. So that's why it was not in there. We have since met with the user groups, and we've asked them to quantify to us how much room they need for storage, because in the capital plan there's $100,000 that council has allocated for the renovation of the washroom building that's adjacent to the tennis court, and to provide some sort of storage for specialized equipment and the equipment used by the sports community, whether it's soccer, track, or whatever. So they're going to get back to us on that. I think the intent at the staff level is to review those plans with the CAO, and I certainly think in the long run, some sort of field house marshalling facility would be well received at that, but I think we have to come up with a proposal that's way less than $256,000, and we'll come back to council and see where we can get some additional funding to undertake that.
And thank you, Steve. Again, a quick question: who is the user group?
There's the soccer community, and there's athletics Annapolis. Deborah, can you just correct me on the term?
And athletics.
Well, athletics in Annapolis County, and then there's the soccer association, and then there is we're going to create a new tennis club in the area. They used to have one, and it's been defunct for a little while, so we're getting that together.
So thus far, it's the soccer association and the athletics association, whoever.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Steve, at what point in the process was it determined that the field house was too expensive, and at what point did the province remove it from the budget? Because we learned about the disappearance of the washrooms from the project fairly recently. When did it actually happen?
My understanding is it happened very early in the process at the pre-construction stage, design stage.
That's it's a shame, because that's information that council would definitely have wanted to have had very early on. It is hard to address it now when the project is nearly completed, but it really should be addressed, and it probably should be addressed at the political level. I'm regretting the fact that we learned about it so late, I must confess. Councillor Leblanc?
I was wondering, just so if this shovel-ready programs that we could pass on to Chris Donselmore?
That's a possibility.
Because I mean, that's one of those programs that we didn't know before the last minute, or that it wasn't going to be done, and that's a lot of money to put into something that we thought was being done at the same time. And it's needed. It's not as if it's not needed. It's needed.
It's difficult to conceive of even hosting events there if there's not washrooms and change facilities that are easily accessible from the field. The school could be open, but it's quite a distance. I think it's about 500 or 600 meters to the old foot washroom facilities, the old tennis courts, and they're not good facilities.
Well, I'll tell you one thing right now. If the soccer tournaments or whatever is being held there is not through the school is usually not open. It's not provided to the outsources for others.
If I can,
the summer level of soccer, right, Deborah?
In the past, the tennis court has sufficed for the community for the washrooms, but they definitely need to be upgraded. What this project did do was brought new electrical and new plumbing to the facility. So those things were added, but not renovations to actually the washrooms itself. And in the original design of the field house, the original design did not include washrooms. In the second design, which came in at over $250,000, as Steve mentioned, which was high. The community just said, unless we can work out a deal down the road, we would rather, the advisory committee felt that it was basically said that it was over budget and we couldn't get that piece. So they kind of agreed to take it out, and it was January, February when that was actually taken out. And because they had some Class C costings for it, and the community said, perhaps down the road we can work with council and we'll find a way to find a solution for a future field house.
Wow, okay.
But there were many additions. The parking lot was never supposed to be paved. It was paved. There wasn't going to be a tennis court. It was added on, and the electrical and the plumbing wasn't going to be added to the tennis court, and they were added in. And one of the things that they did have to do is they had to add additional drainage on the east side of that track because of the hydrology of the Annapolis River. So.
Further questions to the report, folks? Councillor Gunn?
Thank you. Yeah, about it, and I got to get back here a second. When it comes to the operation of the field, and I remember asking distinctly the person that made the presentation to us about the field and the initial part, and I said, where was the maintenance and the people that were going to run this field come from? What would it cost? How many people would it take? And the guy making the presentation for the government or making the pitch said, we're waiting for you, your volunteers, to step up to operate the facility when it's done. And that's, that's almost verbatim what the guy said. So my question is, are the interest groups, the soccer people, the track people, are they the ones that are going to operate this facility? Or is that something else that's downloaded onto the county to operate through your recreation department?
Well, all maintenance is municipal operations when it comes to parks or facilities. So that would be Steve's department, but we will be maintaining it, or that was the agreement. And that was why the commitment of $10,000 for 5 years. So in that regard. And the community has actually said, we will assist. How that assist will be something I have to have discussions with Steve McGinnis in terms of, and we're in those discussions now.
Okay, thank you. But to correct on that, and I remember that $50,000 over 5 years, $10,000 a year was for the treatment on the track, not to maintain the facility mowing or anything like that.
Yeah.
And that's where the gentleman had suggested that it would be to the volunteers to look after that end of it. And not, it wasn't like going to be a download on the municipality is how he put it. But it sounds more like it is a download on the municipality. And if that's the case, then we have to accept it because we've already accepted the facility the way it was. Thank you.
Councillor Bell?
I was just going to add to the fact that possibly the school board, you know, could be part of it. And I'm sure Deborah will be able to speak to, especially when things get rolling and there's going to be sport activities and tournaments and etc. to work with this. They might be adding some money because they would need to. They might even enjoy, well, no, there's nobody enjoy.
Well,
They
with
might
COVID
even help out.
Yeah, with COVID-19, it did create a bit of a blip in terms of our ongoing discussions with that. So once we get back up, once they get back up and running, we'll resume conversations with them for Northfield in the summertime.
John, you wanted to interject there?
Yeah, just the arrangement is the municipality is responsible for maintaining the operations in the field. Now, that doesn't mean we don't work with volunteer groups to carry out maybe a lot of those functions, but ultimately the county will have to make sure that there's a system in place that's fair and equitable on the use of the fields and what they end up being used for. And the maintenance process, there's certain specific equipment that our staff will have to be trained on that cleans the field. And there's certain requirements of how the lawns have to be mowed and whatnot that we'll be responsible for going forward. And really the $50,000 over 5 years was to assist with that process.
John, could you repeat that last sentence? I think
yes, please.
Oh, okay. What did I say in the last sentence?
The 50,000 over 5 years.
The 50,000 over 5 years is really to help us with the maintenance of the field.
Okay. Moving further, all in favor of the motion to receive the report signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. And next is municipal services.
CA Warden.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I on the wrong one?
Yeah, we just did municipal services.
Sorry.
Yes.
On this CAO's report in that case. My apologies. We have a motion to receive that report. Moved by Councillor Hemming, seconded by Councillor Fowler. Thank you. Any questions to the CAO's report? None. All in favor? Oh, Councillor McDonald.
Mr. CAO, on the topic of internet and Seaside and Eagle, are we going to do that at another moment today, or is this appropriate? Or
I can speak to some things right now to people are aware. Basically, Eagle Telecom has built approximately 135 kilometers of strand thus far. I believe all the make-readies have been submitted, and we can monitor the responses from Bell and Nova Scotia Power on if they've estimated the make-ready work, and then we'll know if we've implemented the agreement to pay that fee to have the trees cleared and the poles replaced in certain areas. So that's all going on as regular business. There is significant amount of make-ready work already basically approved on the CTI portion of the bill, which is important.
good.
And Eagle Telecom is now adjusting to our design build. We have flexibility to negotiate new routes in new places. And where Bell has given us a green light to speak to the areas that they're going to, which they receive funding from Develop Nova Scotia, we may overlap in some areas, but our objective is not to provide fiber where they're providing fiber. Yep. So Eagle is adjusting in that circumstance. Seaside Communications will be working on a communication piece, something that we have to discuss in camera about the various pieces that we're going to be talking about, and okay. Negotiate what will be released. And basically, do we agree with the format that we'll be taking? And then we've purchased through the, let me just get the through the American Registry for Internet Numbers, all the IP addresses. We have, we've purchased about approximately 1,500 from them, and we've got another, sorry, we purchased about 1,000 from them, and we have another 1,500 through F6. So we have IP addresses to meet our short, medium, and potentially long-term objectives up to 2,500 IP addresses, and we can purchase more as we go along. It takes a bit for them to come in, but we're prepared to start with what we have on the IP addresses.
So what's an IP address in that regard?
Thank you.
Every computer, every internet home connection has an IP address.
Yeah.
And it's really the fingerprint of where the internet signal's coming from.
Okay.
That's my interpretation. That may
So
not
I
be.
would get one and you would get one and.
Everybody gets their own IP address. Yes.
Thank you.
So that's about what I can say for now. They're getting ready on the communication piece. They're gearing up, bringing everything in. I think they're experiencing some delays from COVID-19 on equipment and supplies and stuff like that, but they're getting ready for being able to connect late summer, early fall.
There's nothing further. All in favor of the motion to receive the report, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thanks very much. That brings us to organizational reports, and we have a report for the Soldiers Memorial Hospital Foundation report. And I just wanted to say to Councillor Sheridan, thank you so much for an excellent report. Really appreciate that.
Could I speak on that?
Yes, please.
I was just wondering if I could make a motion to send a letter of commitment to the Soldiers Memorial Hospital Foundation for the $50,000. We basically committed to it because we were going to have it in our budget. However, in order for them to fundraise and know where they sit with their fundraising ability, a letter of commitment would be very helpful for them in knowing where they sit. So I'd like to make a motion to send a letter of commitment to the Soldiers Memorial Hospital Foundation in the amount of $50,000.
Seconder for the motion. Seconded by Councillor Hemming. Discussion on the motion. All in Councillor McDonald. And then
So if it's 50,000, and I read it all, it's great. Thank you very much, Councillor Sheridan. It's really good information. Would it be possible, because of our flexibility needs at this time, that if we were to say we're committed to 50,000, could we commit over 5 years?
Absolutely. Yeah. That's what their goal is, a 5-year plan. And when they did their presentation, they did specify that it doesn't have to be all one lump sum. It can be over a term.
That's kind of the way I read it, and I just wanted to make sure of that. That makes it a lot easier for me, I know.
Thank you.
Councillor Gunn?
That's not what your motion.
Thank you. Thank you. And
okay.
Thank you. That does explain, make it easier, more palatable for me. Let's put it that way. That it's 50,000 over 5 years, and a letter of support and confirmation of that would be fine by me. But then I just heard that that's not what our motion says.
Can I amend them?
Was their original request not 300,000?
No.
300?
No.
No.
50,000.
No, it was
50,000 total?
Yes.
50.
The motion doesn't describe the actual financial arrangement. It simply says that we've committed to $50,000, but we certainly could state over the course of 5 years.
And I could make that amendment. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. I think that's a fairly
fine with that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Change up. Councillor Hemming. Oh, you're muted, Councillor.
I was going to make that same amendment to amend that to read over a 5-year period of time.
Thank you very much. Councillor LeBlanc.
And I totally agree with this. I just wanting to know, when are we going to go to our quarterly meeting on our financials so we can see where we can get this money to start the ball rolling?
Thank you. Yes, so we do we have a date already set for that first meeting?
No.
I thought we had selected one.
Carolyn has something to tell us.
So when finance has the quarter close and brings that's when you'll have your quarterly review.
Okay.
So when you get your quarterly report, that you'll encompass your review of that report at that time.
All right, thank you. Councillor Fowler?
No, I was just going to make that amendment.
Good, all right. Deputy Warden?
The motion also doesn't state when your 5 years is going to start.
Right.
All right. Deputy Warden, your comment?
So when the amendment is made, Carolyn's right, we need to make it clear on when it's going to start. But how do we do that without the first quarter review?
We could stipulate that it's to begin out of next year's budget. We could stipulate it's to begin out of this year's budget.
Well, I think it should start out of this year's budget, but I'm just wondering on how can we put a start date in there when we don't really know when the money's going to be available. If we do our review next month and it's in there, I mean, can we, if we did have $50,000 left or after the review, after this 3-month period, could we give them the whole 50,000? Or once we send the letter of commitment, is it a 5-year commitment?
John?
Look at
John, go ahead.
So if council's prepared to commit 50,000 over 5 years, so 10,000 a year, I think you could manage 10,000 this year to commit to it. And we don't know what next year, the year after will hold, but they're looking to see that this supports the community. And I think it's probably something where we will need to find the money, because I think it's going to be a significant boost to the healthcare system in our region. And I think it'll help us. So, we can't give the quarterly report until all the different receivables and payables are finalized for that period, and then we can give you a better picture. That's what finance is working on right now, and they'll have it. Things are fairly good. There are some complications, but they've been fairly good. And I want to give confidence to council. I think you can be confident that if you contribute 10,000 this year and commit to another 10 each year for 5 years, you could be able to.
No, and I'm just asking that because normally we do not make commitments for a new council coming in, and I mean I think
you did in the last.
We did for the hospice.
Yes,
exactly. Yeah, the hospice was done that way.
Yep, we did. But I said normally.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's rare, but yeah.
Right. And I mean, it is a good thing that's going in. To be honest, I struggle with it because Lawrencetown is doing the same thing, and we didn't support them, and I struggle with that. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing because it's not. And I truly think that they all should be supported. And that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. All right. So we've already had a, Councillor Hemming, my apologies. Councillor Hemming. Oh, you're muted again.
Why couldn't the motion read, $10,000 a year for 5 years following this year's quarterly review?
We could. So are you making it conditional, or are you just establishing a time frame, Councillor Hemming?
Just establishing a time frame.
Establishing a time frame. I think we could. I don't think that information needs to be in a letter to them. I think we could have.
No, absolutely not.
Okay. All right, Councillor LeBlanc.
Well, I was looking at the map, at the letter that was sent from Middleton, and the way they were pleased to inform that the town has agreed to grant Soldiers Memorial Hospital $50,000. So I saw the word grant, and I thought, okay, I understand that. But then I thought, well, maybe can we do something through our grants and in helping out?
My understanding is this is a grant. It's a grant by resolution as opposed to a grant by policy. So because council has.
That's what I wondered. Okay.
Am I correct in that, John? Is that's what we're doing right? Yeah, it's a grant by resolution rather than a grant by policy. So council always has the ability, the discretion over the sorts of expenses that we have the authority to spend money on. We can always provide a grant by resolution instead of by policy too.
Okay, great. And I mean, and I know that to the deputy warden's response that, you know, we were doing one thing and Lawrencetown was doing another, but I think the projects were a little bit different with Lawrencetown and numbers, and it was a different scenario. Not that we didn't agree with it. It was just different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A very, very different project. That's right.
Yeah.
All right. So the motion to send the letter that Councillor Sheridan described. There's no further discussion on the letter. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. So there's one opposed. The motion's carried. Thanks very much.
Could I just make one more plug in here for the foundation? So in the interior of the building, they're having a photo contest, and it's the river, the Annapolis River is at the intersection of the Cotw River, and what they're doing is a river theme. And the photo contest is what they're doing is asking anyone that wants to, and the way to do it is on the foundation's website, and they can just take a picture, a digital picture, send it in, and the winner of the contest, it's a full wall mural, and they will have a little plate with their name on it at the bottom of the wall, the winner of the photo contest. And that is on the foundation's website. So it is about the river, it's a river theme. So I just want to put that out there in case people are watching and let them have a chance to enter. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Nice.
All right. All in favor of the motion signify by, oh no, that we've already done that. And actually on the, just if council will indulge me, just because you've reminded me of it, there's, I did receive an email from the province indicating there's going to be an art competition for children, for rural Nova Scotians between the ages of 3 and 15. The first 200 applicants will get a signed letter from the Premier. I believe there's a number of prizes that have been donated by private companies, including the, I forget the name of the company. It's the something like Chocolate for Freedom. It's the company that's up in Cape Breton.
Peace by Chocolate.
Sorry?
Oh, yes.
Peace
by Chocolate.
That's the one. That's the one. So there's a number of rather nice prizes attached to it for the really little children. There's also you can download a coloring sheet if they'd rather color. But essentially, they have to do a piece of art about their experience of living in rural Nova Scotia, celebrate rural Nova Scotian life. So I figured let's make sure that our constituents know about that as well, because lots of kids who have some time right now to be doing some artwork. All right. We have, so that brings us down to our in-camera. We do have one further issue that was added as a late addition. Would folks object to us moving that forward before our in-camera? So when we come out of in-camera, we can just deal with whatever arose from that?
I'll move.
All right. Thank you. That's so the move to change the order of the agenda. Moved by Councillor LeBlanc, second by Councillor Fowler. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Carolyn, go right ahead.
This was an item that CEO wanted to add. John, you had received that email from Glenn Bannon regarding cleaning on the buses?
Yeah, they're doing a 2-hour clean, and he said it's costly, and as they relax more, they're going to doing a major clean daily, and he just wants to get a sense of what council would like to see. And I think I shared his email, short and sweet, and basically just asking that question.
Councillor Fowler?
My understanding that the Halifax drivers and what have you are now wearing face masks, and I think we should require that if possible.
The drivers are wearing face masks.
Yes. Deputy Warden?
No, I mean, for cleaning it daily, yeah, I agree with that. For cleaning it hourly, I agree with that. Because I don't believe we're out of the woods yet, and we've all got to be cautious. And my only concern is with the buses is, are they charging for people to run on them?
So it's still free admission. Is that correct, Diane?
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
So when is that going to change? Because all these things that we are doing extra to keep these buses clean and tidy is costing our taxpayers money. And I don't believe that, I think if they're going to ride the bus, they should pay. I mean, we've got areas in our community that have no access to that bus that is paying for that bus, and people are riding it for free. And I do not believe that that's fair.
Thank you. Councillor Fowler?
I agree.
I think they should be cleaned as much as possibly can be done, but also I do believe that the riders should be wearing face masks too, especially if they're getting a free ride out of it, and just keep it safe.
Thank you.
And
Councillor LeBlanc?
To answer Councillor Fowler, I was talking to Glenn Bannon and I specifically asked how it was on the bus, if the people traveling the bus were wearing face masks, and he said yes. He said that they seem to be abiding by the rule of wearing face masks. So that was a positive as far as I was concerned, and there was no problem doing that. Now, as far as when it's time to start paying, I think that that's up to us as council and to give our opinion on what's going on. They have changed some of their routes to accommodate a different route that would be better serving. However, as far as the payment of it or when it would start, I haven't heard anything from that, unless we send them a letter to say something different.
Councillor Gunn?
Thank you very much. I'd make a motion that we start charging again as of, in a week. Give them a week's notice and tell people that, you know, in a week's time, we're going to start charging for the service again. We have to. We've been subsidizing it for months now, you know, and it was shut down for a long while. So I think it's time.
Just to clarify, oh, Cheryl, you got your hand up?
Because of this discussion, I did check King's Transit, and according to what they have is collection will resume on July 1st. It's on their website.
So they are collecting fares now?
As of July 1st, is what it said.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that clarity. Deputy Warden?
But are they? Because I read that too, and then I was just told now that they aren't charging. So we need a clarification on that. Yeah.
If the website says they're charging, my guess is they are. Diane?
I'm not on the bus, and I knew that there was a thing. I'm not saying anything, it don't mean anything by that, but it's just, I knew that it had to go past the fact that if the bus drivers were good with that, right? Because then you'd have to walk by the bus drivers. So I didn't hear one way or another if they did or didn't.
So the question before us right now
says,
yeah, if let's focus ourselves to the specific question. The specific question is, are we all right with them reducing the deep, thorough clean from twice daily to once daily, with understanding that high-touch surfaces will be cleaned at more regular intervals during the day? My feeling would be, I'm all right with that right now, as long as they remain ready to put more stringent measures back in the moment we get an indication of the next wave coming. It's that funny phenomenon that it's always easy. Once you've relaxed a rule, it becomes increasingly difficult to make it stringent again. So I just want to make sure that they're prepared to make it strict again if circumstances warrant. Councillor Sheridan?
And I feel the same. As long as, if everybody is wearing a mask, it does cut down the possibility of the spread. So if everybody is wearing the mask, but if they relax and aren't wearing the mask, then they'll have to look at cleaning them more often. But if they shouldn't have an issue if everybody is, well, everyone, the bus driver and the passengers are wearing a mask, it does cut down on the spread. So I feel that yes, once a day would be fine.
Carolyn, you wanted to interject?
Yeah, just the question that he poses in the email is ceasing the wipe down of high touch points every 2 hours by keeping the one deep cleaning every night. Yeah.
Oh, okay, understood.
So there'd be no cleaning.
Just
Councillor
one
Hemming.
cleaning a day.
Councillor Hemming?
Yeah, I just trying to get some clarity here. My understanding is they're not, we had this discussion, they're not mandating masks, they're just recommending masks.
Right.
And two, I thought Councillor Fowler at one point was suggesting that the driver should be wearing a mask. I would strongly recommend that the drivers wear a mask and all the people continue to wear a mask. And I strongly support, Warden, what you were saying, that if we're going to reduce any of these strategies, we need to be able to put them immediately back in place if the virus hits us again. Because you're right, it's so hard. I don't want to have to go through the long discussion on when to do it. If the province tells us that the incidence is increasing, then I think we go back to where we were.
Absolutely.
We're all wearing a mask.
Councillor LeBlanc?
And to Councillor Hemming's question or statement, I saw the driver driving here yesterday and they had a blue N94 mask on.
Good.
So I can't tell you that they all are having them on. But I know ours at this point had it on.
Thank you. Deputy Warden?
No, and I agree with the cleanliness. And if we increase in cases even by 2, we should be looking at the situation again. And after this motion is made or passed, I would like to make a motion after that, please.
Right, so could you read the suggested motion again, Carolyn, that they sent across? Or at least what they, the specific of what they've requested, that they want to stop doing the every 2-hour high touch surface cleaning.
Yeah, ceasing the wipe down of touch points every 2 hours, but keeping the deep cleaning every night.
So perhaps the motion could be that the municipality of the County of Annapolis supports King's Transit decision to alter their cleaning practices on the Annapolis County buses, provided that stringent measures of cleaning are ready to be re-implemented the moment circumstances with the COVID-19 pandemic warrant. How's that for our motion, folks? Can I have someone who would like to make that motion? Moved by Councillor Gunn, seconded by Councillor Hemming. Discussion on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much. And at this point, I'm going to ask for... yes.
Could I make the motion?
Of course, that's right, Deputy Warden. Pardon me.
I would like to make a motion to contact King's Transit Management to clarify whether there is a fee being charged. And if not, I would say by the first day of August that Annapolis County buses start charging the fee.
I can do that by giving a call.
Yeah, I think that could be. I don't think we need. I don't think we needed an actual resolution for that. I think that could probably handle pretty.
And I can
give that up with a phone call to know whether or not.
Yeah, and I can give you the answer at council.
You could you email it to us when you have it?
Yeah, and yes, and I know that he's also plus sent me a message that some of the hours are going to change as well. So I'll kind of work that all together and find out for sure. And does that work for council?
That'd be great if you could share that with all of us. That'd be terrific.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Could I ask for a motion to go in camera under the MGA section 22(2)C for contract negotiations?
Yeah, it's actually E. Contract negotiations is actually E. That was my typo.
Okay. E. Moved by Councillor Hemming, seconded by Councillor.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Can you add personnel to that as well?
Oh, and no, personnel is, I forget which one personnel is.
Yeah.
Is that the? Well, Carol, I'll have you fill it in afterwards. But
C is personnel.
So it is C. Okay, good. So under
And
E,
who was the seconder, sorry?
moved by Councillor Hemming, seconded by Councillor Prout.
Thank you.
All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Thanks very much. And folks, when we let's take a quick 5-minute breather before we join up in the reconvene.
What about Bruce?
Rolling.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I'd like to welcome you back to the open portion of our meeting. Councillor Prout and Councillor Fowler had difficulty getting back into the Zoom session, it looks like.
Councillor Prout's just coming in.
Ah, there he is. There's Councillor Prout. All right. So you've arrived just in time for me to say at this point I will declare the meeting adjourned. Thank you very much, folks. See you next week.
Sorry for the delay. Good day, Jen.